I'd like to call our special called meeting to order for February the 12th, 2019. The purpose of today's meeting is personnel recommendations from the administration. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel-related items. All those in favor of the motion stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. We'll convene in the conference room A. If I could call the meeting back to order, please. For the record, the board has came out of executive session. No action was taken in that environment. We have a recommendation on the table for personnel appointments. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept the recommendations of the superintendent.
I have a motion properly made and duly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Royster?
Thank you, Mr. Sowers. Thank you for the approval of the personnel. Just want to note that when we do this in a special call, which we don't do that often, you may recall that we don't ask the people to come during the day, but we'll ask them to come to the board meeting at the end of the month so they can stand up and be recognized then. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our work for the special called meeting. The chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion to adjourn properly made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. I will now call to order our February the 12th, 2019 Committee of the Whole. The first item on today's agenda is the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve consent calendar.
I have a motion to approve the consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made, duly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Also, for the record, please note that Mrs. Morrison Fair is not here today. She is decidedly out of the country on a mission trip. At this time, our next item of business in order is the administration portion of today's agenda, which will be chaired by Mrs. Wells. Lisa?
Visitors, and there are none.
All right. So since there are no visitors signed up to speak today, we're going to go straight into item 2.02, the overview of educational technology services. Dr. Royster, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. This is actually a little bit of a precursor to and a companion to 2.03, which is the external audit of ETS, of Education Technology Services. We thought this would be a good time to refresh the board, no pun intended with the computer refresh, but to refresh the board's awareness of the functions of ETS and sort of the scope of the services they provide. So Mr. Brown has an overview of ETS, and he'll present that at this time and then take questions that you all might have, and which I think will be a good lead into the presentation of the external audit. Mr. Brown?
Well, I'm looking for my presentation.
Glad I wasn't the only one.
That's right. He's got so much security in front of that presentation that it's difficult to find it.
It's tight. Thank you. Good morning. I'm here to present an executive overview of Education Technology Services. We're going to go through quite a few statistics. A couple things first. We do have a mission statement. If you go on the Education Technology website on the GCSD, you'll see that we have a mission statement. The mission of Education Technology Services is to create, support, assess, and maintain an optimal technology environment for student education and administrative support. The key here is optimal technology environment. This environment now is 24/7 by 365 days. We're constantly up, and we maintain that environment during that time. Our vision is to participate in the ever-changing global community. Education Technology Services will give students, educator, parents, and stakeholders access to information which allows for the effective integration of technology into the learning process, We envision a community which promotes the transition of information into knowledge and the development of questioning learners. And while technology is a means of providing assistance, it is of value only to the extent to which student achievement and student support services are enhanced. So now we're going to start digging into the nitty-gritty here. This next slide is the number of devices that we currently are supporting in education technology services. We have 13,948 iPads, 7,890 printers in our printing fleet, 3,518 school and district-based radios, 64,675 Chromebooks. We added another 1,000 last night, so we're up to 65,000 Chromebooks. 38,384 Windows laptops and desktops, and 28,510 other devices. To give you an idea, we have over 12,000 wireless access points in our schools right now. This does not include IP-based security cameras, IP-based door swipes, or the food and nutrition point-of-sale system, or the train HVAC system. All of those are connected to our network as well. Roughly 155,000 devices are currently being supported by education technology services. Internet bandwidth has always been a big concern. As you add more devices, you need more bandwidth. To give you an idea, over the last 5 years, we've had a 1,900% increase in our internet bandwidth. And if you take a look at the traffic, which is a little blue chart, we're at 76% utilization of what we have currently allocated. The annual cost, state cost, is $115,500, and that is just for the internet bandwidth. That's not for the connections between the schools and MT Anderson or here. Our annual district cost is zero. We don't pay for our internet, and we don't pay for our connectivity lines. The State Department does. Wi-Fi access, I just spoke a minute ago. We have 12,792 access points in our schools. We are completely covering 12 million plus square feet. I think it's 12.4 million square feet of in-building coverage. We can support complete classrooms full of Chromebooks. We have 200 acres outside covered underneath our internet as well. And those are outside learning centers. For instance, all of Roper Mountain is covered. No matter where you're at on Roper Mountain, whether you're at the Turtle Pond or if it's up at top at the Science Center, you have access to Wi-Fi. We also have completed and have deployed 425 school buses that have complete Wi-Fi. We're the only one in the state where every single bus has Wi-Fi on it. I think the next biggest one is on the coast, and they have 6 buses so far. Average daily peak Wi-Fi connections is over 38,500, with a 47,000 maximum peak sustained during the day. So 47,000 computers during the day is our peak. Our help desk is our primary point of any issues that somebody may have and somebody may call into. On average, over the last 5 years, we've had 42,961 calls come into our help desk. Now, these calls can come in different ways. They can come in as a phone call, as an email, as a web-based call, even a text message. We can accept the calls from different ways coming into them. Now, over the last 5 years, our tickets have only increased by 1%. So we've had a very small increase in the number of tickets, but we've deployed more and more systems during that time. And as you can see, August is generally when we have our biggest peak. There are 2 big peaks. One is in August, where we had 7,700 calls averaged during that time. But we also have a peak in January. Once we're coming back from winter break, we have a big peak where there's more and more things that need to be corrected and looked at. Our response time for priority 1 calls, we use a priority system. So priority 1 calls like a major catastrophe. A school is out, the district is out. We respond within 1 hour on those type of calls. And then we have priority 2 calls, which is a smaller subset of the larger call. And then priority 3 calls, which is your individual computer might be broken. And then 4, 5, 6, and 7 have to do with parts waiting, where we are in the process of repairing it. Sometimes we're waiting on Google or Dell to come up with a fix. If you were to call into the help desk right now, 77% of our calls are answered within 4 minutes. Now, you'll see in a minute, but the help desk is staffed with 3 people. So there's only 3 people handling all this volume right now. A few years back when we decided to go with Google Chromebooks, we had to implement the infrastructure to support the Chromebooks, which was called Google Apps for Education. That's what its original name was. They've since changed it to Google G Suite for Education. And right now, today, we have 91,000 active user accounts on Google. 5 years ago, we had 2. So we went from 2 to 91,000 with less than 5 years. Google offers us, one of the nicest things that Google offers us is unlimited storage for each person. So each person that has a Google account can store as much as they want without any restrictions. And right now we have over 30 million documents on Google Drive. It's a huge amount of storage, and it's, you know, every year we are adding $250,000 worth of storage internally. We're not having to do that anymore. So it's been very helpful. It's also in the cloud, which means you don't have to be in the school district to get to it. You can be anywhere. On average, we send and receive 5.2 million emails a month. And then the only cost for Google is their one-time license fee of $25, which we include in the cost of our personalized learning devices. So if you see a personalized learning device quote, it includes that license cost in it, but it's a one-time charge of $25. That's the only money Google makes off of it. They are not allowed to market, sell, or access our student data, so they're not making any monetary or making any money off of that information. Data warehouse. I was looking up the other day because there was a proviso in 2018, 2019 at the State Department that the State Department wanted a data warehouse. They want to be able to bring all their data into a central location so they can analyze it and view the results. Well, we have a data warehouse. We don't have to wait for a proviso. We've been using one for several years now. Our data warehouse, you might know it as OnTrack or GC Source. That all references our data warehouse, and the data warehouse is responsible for taking data from multiple independent points and combining it into one thing. So if you were to go into the data warehouse today, you could look up staff members, you could look up students, you could look up contractors. Whereas before we had it, you had to go into Power School to look up students, you had to go into Lawson to look up staff, you had to go to another system to look up. Now it's all in one place. So the equivalent size of our data warehouse is 1.9 million books that are 300 pages in length. That's how much data we're storing. Now on the transaction side of things, like OnTrack, if you wanted to go and find out what's the attendance today at a particular school, that information is there. We process 1.93 billion reads against the data warehouse every day. These are like, I want to see what this student is, or I want to see this group of students or schools. It's 1.93. It's a very good indicator of the utilization of the system, and that's what we kind of look for. We have dashboards that tell us how well systems are being utilized so that we can have key metrics to look for performance and increases in the future. Our Infor ERP processing system, this is for the 2017-2018 school year. We have a group of people in educational technology that are responsible for maintaining, managing, and supporting that system. Excuse me. 253,000 direct deposits, 165,000 invoices, 13,122 W-2s, 8,000 processed, $442 million in gross pay and $277 million in net pay. This group in ETS actually watched and managed all those processes to make sure they were completed. This is an example of another system where we examined different aspects at our schools and tried to determine the best way to improve efficiency in some of the systems. If you remember in the past, the afternoon dismissal system was you took all the kids and put them out underneath the awning, and when mom and dad showed up in their car, they got in it. Well, this dismissal system here allows the students to remain in the school and only come out when the cars are pulling up. So it's a huge safety factor. Plus, you get that little extra time where the teacher could be reading or they could be doing their homework waiting for mom or dad. We expanded this system last year to include ID badges, time and attendance for bus drivers, library check-ins, guidance check-ins, flex time check-ins, and tardy recorders. So all of this is being handled by it. Again, our performance benchmark is in the last school year, we printed 66,000 ID badges. Everyone in here should probably have one. We processed 2.4 million afternoon dismissals, and that includes bus drivers, bus riders, walkers, and car riders. The idea is that we want to know how that student left the building and who they went with and at what time. And so we have all that information, and we've been tracking it for several years. Bus time and attendance, if you go to our 425 buses, you'll see 100 of the buses now have a tablet in the front of them, and that tablet allows the bus driver to record their time they're on the bus, time they're off the bus, and any field trips or duty that they do during the day, and it automatically sends it up to TimeLink and puts it into the time and attendance system. If you go to several of our schools, you'll see they have a kiosk in the library. That kiosk is showing the students that they come in, they scan their ID badge, they say what teacher they came from, and they say why they're there. So at the end of the year, the librarian can sit there and print reports that say the number of students that visited the library, how long they spent in the library, and from what teacher did they come from. The World Wide Web. I was speaking to somebody the other day at an internet safety presentation. The World Wide Web is very big. Last count, there was 2 billion websites. There's 54 new million websites every single month being added to the World Wide Web. If we take a look at some of the statistics, our school district has 2,933 school and support center pages, 2,412 district, 1,488 athletic pages, 15,174 staff websites. You may have visited a teacher website, that's included in that count. And then our students have 32,740 student websites. So when the OCR comes back and says that you have an accessibility issue on your website and you need to address it, you can see this is a huge task for us to look at, because we're looking at over 40,000+ websites that we have to make sure are accessible. Another interesting question we tend to get from parents is, why didn't you block that web page? Well, on average, during the day, we have our staff and students visiting 57,658,000 web pages, just on an average day. That doesn't include the 21,442 that we've blocked, which can be for a variety of reasons, like I've down here. Could contain adult, nudity, weapons, dating, gambling, and hacking are categories that we typically will block. There is a mechanism in where a teacher or a media center clerk or a specialist or even the principal can request that a website be unblocked, just in case we're blocking it for some unknown reason. The ETS information security, we put this basically department in place several years ago, but during November to December, within a 30-day period, we had 166,000 attacks against our network. These were attacks trying to learn credentials and get in and access and deface web pages, but there was 166,000 attacks during that period. Our caseload in the information security has increased. We've had a 400% incident increase from prior year due to the personalized learning device project, and has to do with the number of devices stolen, 264, which is extremely small. It's 0.42% of all of our PLD devices. The issue is that it takes an hour to process each one of these missing or lost or stolen devices. So if you have 264, there's 264 hours you're burning. We have a 41% recovery rate. We have an organization that will actually look to see where the device is and tell us where the device is so that we can get the device recovered. If we're unable to recover the device, then they'll actually pay us $250. They weren't able to recover it, here's your check, and then we'll purchase more. There are some key indicators here. We are the only school district in the state with a dedicated and experienced information security team that consists of former law enforcement and military tasked with protecting the infrastructure and responding to cyber incidents. We are also the only school district with a formal age-appropriate internet safety outreach program and have conducted over 2,000 sessions to students, staff, parents, and community. We may be the only school district in the nation that has that. Mr. Rick Floyd is being flown to New York tonight to interview with Yahoo Global News, because when they went to research outreach internet safety programs at school district, our name just kept coming up to the top always, and they couldn't find anybody else. So they're flying us out there, and he'll be on Global News. We're also the only school district in the state undergoing an ISO 27001 Information Security Management System certification, and we have frequent internal audits and vulnerability scans. We'll be speaking about this when the audit comes up in a minute. We are the only school district in the state that participates as an educational partner on the South Carolina Attorney General's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. We actually have members of our team that are on the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force and work closely with them. One of the things I wanted to mention is that our Internet Safety Outreach Program was expanded last year to include human trafficking. There are things that can be found that it can groom people for human trafficking, and then we're including that. We are also the only school district in the state that actively participates with outside organizations, including the FBI's InfraGuard program, the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and the South Carolina State Guard Cyber Detachment. So all that information comes down to this slide. What does it look like for staffing? Well, from an ETS perspective, we have 3 in administration: myself, Mary Ellen, Mike Simmons. Information security has 4, Spencer's here, and there's 3 others. Administrative computing with Dan Beam. Administrative computing handles your Infor, ERP, your finance and HR systems. Information technology, Jeff Miller's here. They handle application development, new product development, as well as support and maintenance of existing products. And then we have 36 system support people. Jim Alexander is hiding behind me. And those are the actual field support, of which we have 28 people out in the field. So if you take the number of devices and you divide it by the 28 field people that are out there right now, we have a ratio of 5,604 to 1 devices to technicians. The state average is 1,462. The nationwide average is 723 to 1. So there will be obstacles, there will be doubters, there will be mistakes, but with hard work there are no limits. And you can see 63 people doing a lot of hard work to keep up with 155,000 devices. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Bill. And I'm sure you're available for any question they might have.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Would you please introduce again the people, and because you pointed to them,
Yeah.
but would you have them? I feel like
I
we're
was thinking
seeing
they might
behind.
stand up.
I feel like we're seeing behind the curtain. So I'd love for them to be able to be recognized.
Jeff Miller, Information Technologies. Mary, who's talking to Terry. She handles special projects. For instance, if we buy $3 million worth of Chromebooks, she does all the ordering, the processing, the financial portion of it. She's in administration. Dan Beam, he's administrative computing, handles the Infor, ERP, HR systems. Mike Simmons behind him is our district webmaster. He's the one that goes out and teaches the schools how to maintain their webs, make sure that we're missing all the, not missing, but make sure we're capturing all the accessibility issues, and he maintains our district website. The really cool looking one that you see, he's the one that wrote it. Spencer, he's in our security group, heads it up. Let's see, Jim Alexander is in our system support group. And you'll see some of his staff in here at every board meeting. They're the ones that work on your computers. Okay. He's a support technician that's here. And so those are all the people.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you. And the outreach piece is huge. I've been in on several of those at different schools over the years, and I think that's awesome that you guys are being recognized for that nationally, for what we do. So, Mr. Meek, I'm going to start with you with questions.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, how long have you been here?
I've been here 13 years, 10 years as an employee, 3 years as a contractor.
So you basically built a program or built our technology for, I know Mr. Beam's been here forever, but
And Jim's been here quite a while.
longer than that also, but and it sounds real great, everything you do, and we're very thankful for all those websites you are able to block, and we don't have to fill those calls wondering why they're not blocked. If I understood you correctly, you have 63 employees.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to ask a little bit different questions here than probably everybody else, but you do have an employee handbook? I know you do because I got one in my hands.
That's not really a handbook, it's an operational guide.
Operational guide, okay. How do you handle sick leave under your, it's on your, how do you handle the sick leave for your employees?
Well, you know,
That does mention it in your guide here, so.
right, I mean, sick leave is basically discretionary towards the director, you know, how they want to handle it. The realization is that some of our people are 24/7 on call constantly, so there may be some flexibility in it, but sick leave is sick leave. You're out sick and you have so many days.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
In looking at how many stolen or missing Chromebooks you have a year, who pays for? Do the students or their parents have to pay for it if they have missing or stolen Chromebooks? How do you recoup on that?
Yeah, well, first off, we'd like it back. That's what we try to go for. So we have a company called Absolute that when I'll walk you through the procedure. It's relatively not too hard. A student comes in and reports to the school that their Chromebook is lost or stolen. The school has to issue a police report. Once they have the police report number, they call ETS help desk, and then ETS takes that police report number and calls a company called Absolute up. They turn on tracking software within the Chromebook to find out where it's at. And then they will tell us that, you know, it's here. Like we found one on the side of Atlanta. It fell off their car or whatever. If, for instance, Absolute is not able to recover it, then they'll pay $250. I don't know of a case where we had a stolen laptop where, you know,
Now,
the
who
student
pays
was
the $250? That's the insurance
It's
payment?
insurance,
So Absolute is the insurance company?
They are.
Okay. And Roger said that you have 63 employees. Have you always had 63 employees, or how many have you been adding over the years with us? I know we have in our budget where we pay for so many Chromebooks per year and all of that, and so we have it more and more. How long have you had 63 employees, or have you been able to add employees over the last couple of years with the volume getting so big?
Yeah, I don't have those specific numbers in front of me, but the additional number of employees has been 1 or 2 a year over the last 10 years. I mean, it's been a very small
Is that
number.
enough?
Well, would you say, Bill, would you like 300 employees? I would say, sure. Here's the thing is that from the reports that we run, for instance, on our help desk tickets, the increase in our help desk tickets over the last 8 years has only been 1%. So what we're seeing is that we're working harder and smarter because our numbers are staying consistent. If I would have seen the help desk tickets shoot up to 60, 70,000, then I would have asked for more people. But right now, the numbers are saying that we are, and not only that, when we complete a help desk ticket for you, it sends an email to the person and says, hey, we've completed your job for you. Here's a survey. Take the survey at the bottom. And I look for things like how long did it take us to fix a problem, how quickly we were able to address it, and what was their satisfaction. And we run usually a 98% customer satisfaction. So those numbers don't yet justify a large increase in staffing.
Okay, we're looking at, I think is it Millstone, with the cell towers. Do we have enough access in this district, for all of the technology that we do? I know they are trying to put a couple of cell towers different places. Do we have enough access?
Well, the nice thing
through
about
the Wi-Fi.
the nice thing about our contract with, I think it's Milestone, is that there is a top part of that tower that is reserved for Greenville County schools. So, for instance, some of the towers that are being placed near athletic stadiums, one of the hardest problems we have is we don't have coverage to put Wi-Fi in an athletic stadium. At the very least, to do the box office and the ticket office, so you can start taking credit cards for tickets and stuff like that. So I would say that that's very beneficial. We don't have access in those areas right now, but to build out and put a tower ourselves would be a substantial financial cost.
So are they trying to put the cell towers closer to where the athletic fields are, since that's the major thing that you need them for?
Well, I think it's the visual. You know, there are already existing towers there for lights and stuff like that. So why not leverage that visual and add a cell phone tower to a light tower, or change it out, because then you don't have people complaining, oh, you just dropped an ugly looking cell phone tower in my backyard. So there's good visuals, but it also helps us out because it's near the athletic field.
So if they don't have, get the cell tower on, on the school district property, and it's down the street on, like, the county's property, is the access still just as good as if it was on the school district property?
We wouldn't have access to the tower. Right now, they're, in our contract, they're reserving a portion of the tower at the top for Greenville County Schools, should we decide to use it in the future. If it were outside the school district property, we would not have that access.
So it still have the same problem if it's outside the school district property? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Leventis Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brown, the Chromebooks, I hear a lot of concerns and reference to students are able to set up different things on those Chromebooks, especially when they're on the bus. They can pull up different chat boxes and things like that. They can create things. How are we addressing all of these things?
It's a cat and mouse game mostly, and here's one of the reasons why is that you have an educational app that works really well. It's called Musical.ly. We used it for a while. We allowed the kids to use it. Well, 1 month they decided that, hey, wouldn't it be great if we added chat to it? But we had no way of knowing that they added chat to it because they didn't send us anything. So they started adding chat. So that app actually started becoming a social media app just by itself, just through evolution. It was eventually bought out by TikTok, which is one we completely blocked. So a lot of these applications evolve over time, and it's just hard to keep up with a lot of them.
Also, in the classrooms, they're able to set up different kinds of, I don't know if they're programs, I don't know the proper terminology. And so they're able to work with other students in that classroom when it comes to testing. So how are we addressing that as well?
Yeah, there's an interesting, we call it the virtual note passer, is that a student will go and create a Google Doc, give it a rather creative name, and then they'll start typing in it and share it with their friends who can also type in it. Because one of the things we like to teach is collaboration, right?
Except during tests.
Right.
Okay.
So when we're doing tests, we actually change the Chromebooks into a lockdown browser that the only thing they can do is test. But that depends on the test. Like if you're doing Quizlet or something else, But if you're doing Mastery Connect or the DRC system, those are lockdown browsers, and the only thing they can do is take the test.
Okay.
So it really depends on what the teacher's using to take the quiz.
And how informed or are our teachers in the classroom when it comes to this?
It's a mix. I mean, you have some that are really well informed and some that are not so.
Because they can set up, they're very bright, and they can set up different things on their Chromebooks. And the teacher may think they're doing their work. And I think we just, and I'd hate to say, let's go ahead and run our teachers through some training or awareness or something, because when we do that, not everybody goes through it, and especially the ones that need to go through it don't go through it. But I think we're really going to, technology's great. I'm all in favor of it. But I think we've got to keep a handle on it. We talk about security, and we talk about what we're doing here in the district, and of course, we're the premier district all over. But I just want to make sure we don't have something that comes back and bites us.
Oh, we don't want anything biting us.
Yeah. And so right now, I feel like there's some nibbles out there. And it's getting ready to have a big dinner party. And I don't want to be the host. So I really want to look at trying to stay on top and ahead of this, because I have some concerns. I have parents that have called me, and I've had some parents that have run into me and said, Linda, we've got a lot of issues. And so can you just please really look into that and see how we can address it with teachers in the classroom as well as
Absolutely.
those. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. Mr. Lewis.
Thanks for this presentation today. This is great information, and it's just amazing to me how much technology we have in our schools, and how we're using it everywhere. I just think it's incredible, and particularly when you think about things like putting Wi-Fi on the buses, which just, I mean, I remember when the student came first and spoke to us about it, we think, well, that makes perfect sense. But now the number of ways we're able to use that Wi-Fi on buses, particularly in our transportation department, that weren't even a part of the original, I just like to have Wi-Fi so I can do my homework on the buses, I just think is really exciting. So thank you and your team for doing that. I have a couple of numbers questions just so I can make sure I get the scope of this. So right now we have about 65,000 Chromebooks. Is that, I mean, I know you added some more last night, so roughly 65,000.
Yes, sir.
And then we have one more year, right, of the personal learning expansion for the whole district to be 1-to-1, for third grade and up to be 1-to-1. Is that?
Yes, sir.
And so at that point, how many Chromebooks do you think we will have?
Right now, we don't have the actual numbers. We wait until April to get them from Betty Farley,
Okay.
projections from the next year. But we have 25 schools
Okay.
that have to be done. And then we're looking at refreshing the first 10 schools because they're coming out of warranty.
Okay.
So we anticipate approximately 25,000 devices added.
Including the ones that will be refreshing, some of
That's
the ones that are
correct.
already on there.
Mhm.
Okay. So what does a Chromebook cost the district on average, just a single device?
$303.78.
Roughly, 303.
Roughly.
Okay. So with 65,000 Chromebooks, I mean, we're looking at $16, $17 million that we've invested in Chromebooks to date, and then we've got another round of that. So I know the majority of that money comes from the operational budget and from I think it's now part of our facility budget, correct?
Finance guys over there.
And
Debt service.
that it comes out of our, is it
Sorry,
debt service?
Jeff, but
Sorry.
Yes, sir, it's in the board-approved long-range facility.
The long-range
plan,
facility
annual
plan.
allocation every year from the GO-BOP proceeds.
Okay. And so that will cover also the refresh costs, because now going forward we'll need to replace a certain number of those Chromebooks. That's
Yes, sir.
currently in our long-range facility plan to do that every year.
Yes, sir, they did a long-range projection, how many additional Chromebooks we would need every year, when we were working on the budget for that expenditure.
Okay. And the loss rate you had of 264 devices, that's pretty incredible.
It is. It's, yeah. The schools are doing a wonderful job of tracking. If you go to the school, they actually have them in Destiny as like a book, and they check them out and check them in.
So these are the 264. That's the number of devices that either went missing, or were stolen, or lost, or somehow the device vanished. Do you have a number for the number of devices we've had to replace because they were damaged and not repairable?
I do not, but I'm also not aware of any that were damaged to the point we had to replace them.
Okay, so currently, the damage that happens to devices can be repaired at the school. Is that correct?
That is correct. Right now, that they're being repaired at the school.
Okay. The students pay a fee, isn't that correct? There's a technology fee that students are required to pay, and what is that fee?
That fee is, right now, it's $25 for paid, 15, I think, or 15 or 10 for reduce, and then 5 for free. But
Okay.
we're having to change that to just 2 prices.
Okay.
And base it on the pupil and poverty index. It's
Okay.
either yes or no. It'll be 25 or 5.
So 25 is the max that a family pays. 5 will be the new minimum that a family will pay.
And the schools are, we've given them the flexibility. If they want to collect it $1 a month for 5 months, that's fine.
Okay. And what does that money go towards? Is that what's covering the insurance to replace these devices, or is?
No, the insurance it is not associated with any accidental or manufacturer-based insurance.
Okay.
But the money sent to finance, I'd have to ask Jeff to.
I guess my question is that the money that we're collecting, are we using that money as our insurance to cover damage to property? Are we collecting money to pay for insurance? I'd always heard it described as insurance that families were paying. So is it
The money we're collecting is to help pay for repairs to the devices?
the cash
Yes.
would be used to pay for repairs? We're not buying an insurance policy
That is
with
correct.
it. Okay. So they're prepaying basically to subsidize the cost of future
Yes, sir.
repairs.
And it can also be used, if it reaches a certain balance, to help buy additional Chromebooks.
Okay. And that money stays at the school? That's a school
No,
fund,
sir,
or
it
is it?
comes up to the central office.
Okay. Okay. The other question I have is, as we increase the number of Chromebooks, I know I saw one of the slides where we've got a certain number of tablets and we've got a certain number of desktops. Do we anticipate that the number of tablets and the number of desktops is going to decrease because we're moving to Chromebooks and moving away from those other devices? Are those a separate investment that we will continue to make?
For instance, the iPads was over 12,000 of them. We're seeing those iPads move into the lower grades, kindergarten, first and second, and there will be a point in time where that number starts declining just because of attrition with the devices, and the number of Chromebooks will stabilize. And so I expect it to go down. The laptops and desktops that are Windows-based, you'll find those in the labs in the high schools, middle schools, and you'll find them on a teacher's desk. And I expect those to stay just because of the software they can support. So we'll see some
Okay.
decline, but not much.
Because I think I remember when we introduced the one-to-one concept, that was one of the ideas was these PTAs have been investing considerable amounts of money into their own technology. We're now replacing that investment with district investment into technology, and so then the PTAs presumably would be asked to spend less on technology because this technology is going to replace that. Is that, and now that we've done this for a few years, is that what we're seeing, that less of a burden is now being put on the PTAs to fundraise for technology?
I haven't seen it directly. I would have to talk to the PTAs, but I've spoken to them and told them that they should go ahead and look at different avenues to spend their money in their fundraisers, because they shouldn't buy technology.
Right.
We're going to provide it for you.
Okay.
It was the same with printers. For a long time, they were buying printers and Rizzo machines and everything like that, and when we put in a managed fleet, that started going away substantially.
Okay. My last question is about security. So I understand we have systems in place to prevent our devices from getting to certain places where they shouldn't go. Those systems are on the internet side. Is that correct? Not on the device side. So if I take a district issued Chromebook and I go home, do I have the same level of security on my home internet with the district owned device as I would sitting in my classroom?
You do. Not only that, as soon as you get on the bus, it's treated as a classroom. As soon as you go home, it's treated as a classroom. But everything that you do on a Chromebook comes back through the district and then goes back out to the internet.
Okay, so if I take a district Chromebook to my house and use my personal Wi-Fi, do I have the same level of blocks when I'm sitting in my living room using a district computer as I would sitting in a classroom using that computer?
You do. It's exactly the same.
So the device prevents me from accessing these things. It's not just the presence of our Wi-Fi that prevents that. Is that?
That's correct. The device.
So families who've had concerns about my child's getting on things, whatever, the device is controlling most of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's,
That is correct.
I only have two more questions.
yeah, okay. All right, without objection, I'm going to extend, I've got 2 more speakers after Mr. Lewis. I'm going to extend for 15 minutes, and hopefully we don't need it, but.
Okay, so that makes sense. So it's the device that has the controls that help prevent students from accessing things that their parents may not want for them to access.
Yeah, we are required to filter the same filtering that we use here. Any district-provided device to a child, whether it's an iPad or a Chromebook, if it goes home, it's going to phone home to mama and come through us for content filters.
Okay. The last question I have is, I know some of our teachers recommend students use other things outside of their classroom. So like my son's teachers asked him to use Prodigy, which is not something that they seem to use as much in the classroom as they want them to use it at home. Our teachers use Seesaw as an app to communicate. Do those recommendations come through you guys? I mean, because I hear you talk about sometimes these are the portals where sometimes our information is getting around our blocks. Do you have the ability to control what those external sites that teachers are recommending? How do they get those vetted through you guys?
Yeah, if you go on our district website and look up COPPA, C-O-P-P-A, you'll actually see a process that the schools are to go through for any app that has the potential of storing student data.
Okay.
And that includes their username. Their username is protected.
Okay.
And so the school will go through a process. Instructional technology academics will look at it to see if it's an educational program. We'll review it for terms of use and also privacy statement. And then we'll get a data sharing agreement signed with that vendor. And once that's completed, they're free to use it. Seesaw, it has been a registered app. And then every 3 to 5 years, we'll review the app and renew all of the documentation.
Okay. Great. Thank you guys for all of this. This is really great stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Dr. Ball O'Connor.
Thank you. First of all, it is a very impressive scope and volume of work that you are engaged in, and I thank you for that. I want to focus on a couple of areas of concern. One is the actual implementation of the whole Google Suite, Google Classroom. When I hear about the number of staff you have and the number of demands you have, I understand a little bit better, but I want to go back to what my colleague, Ms. Leventis-Wells, talked about with how much involvement do the teachers have before something like this is rolled out. And I've heard a lot of issues about things disappearing, when you say you can store as much as you would like, I don't understand why somebody's Google Classroom work that they've done over a long period of time could suddenly disappear, or they don't know how to access things or use things. This is such a huge transformational thing for the extent to which we are using all of this technology. And I just want to know if we need a little bit more attention to teacher or user involvement before these rollouts take place, and whether you've thought about doing something like, maybe having a committee of users to study what's going to happen for all the teachers in the district, and then engaging the user in that rollout a little bit better so that some of these issues are avoided.
So yes, we do have focus groups and we do have committees, and teachers, principals, Inter-High Council, there's a whole bunch of people that are on it. It depends upon what the product is. Google Classroom wasn't an adopted learning management system by the district for a long time, so teachers just used it because it was there and we had it turned on. And so they would create classrooms and they would add their own students. Last year we implemented an automatic rostering system, which is for every teacher in the district. We would actually create their classrooms for them, all of their classrooms, and then we would add all of their students to them. And then every day as students move between classes or drop classes, it's automatically doing all of that provisioning for them. So this was the first year, and usually we have to work out a few kinks in the first 6 months. Like some of the teachers were archiving their old classrooms. We didn't even know that they were using the old classrooms. So you could have a committee and it might have 5 teachers on it, but it's that 6th teacher at another school that's going to lose her Google Classroom or go away. Also, Google Classroom, we've been working with the development team for that. It's still beta. So, I mean, it's still kind of new, and they're adding more and more features to it every day. So, but yes, we do use committees.
Yeah, and I wasn't, excuse me for just adding to that, your thinking on the response. I wasn't suggesting that as an only response, just as part of the response, but whatever you need to do so that teachers are well informed when an important change to the technology they're expected to use in their classroom is coming, so that they're able to understand, prepare, and use the technology to assist them in doing better work, rather than feeling like it sometimes inhibits where they're headed because they weren't expected or fully prepared. So the committee comment was just an idea, and I'm glad you're implementing that, but I don't know how you would communicate fully with everyone in a district this size, but I just think it's something that if we have to slow things down or add more time to educating the right people who are going to be expected to use something, it's a pretty big deal if you suddenly lose your work and you don't know why. And I would imagine that with the volume of calls you all get and the numbers you have, we want to be supportive in making sure that these rollouts
Sure.
are supported the best we can. And even things like getting questions about the rollout of Chromebooks, a little bit different issue, but I had concerns from one school in my area that, to suddenly implement that a month earlier than planned caused something that they, couldn't have anticipated. How disruptive that might have been to just suddenly move up the implementation date before the teachers were ready. So I understand there's probably all kinds of systemic issues that you have to deal with in anticipation of bringing in new technology, but something as fundamental as how the Google Classroom works, I'm just hoping that we can at least let them feel, that the process is a little demystified going forward. And I hear what you're saying, that in the initial year it can be tougher, but I just wanted to hear what your thinking is to improve that in the future.
Well, I can say in regards to the Google Classroom that what we were doing, what was going to be done, was well communicated.
And Dr. Ball-Connor, I'll weigh in on that because Bill and I, we have an interesting relationship because I have the training side or Dr. McDavid does now the technology side. So what I will say with the Google suite is that was actually rolled out, as Bill said, we have a district technology committee which teachers also serve on. We actually, I don't remember how many years ago, Bill, but it was a long time ago. Brought in teacher committees, principals to actually look at a learning management system. So we looked at some things like Blackboard and Canvas and some of those. And the ultimate recommendation from the committee was they preferred to use Google Classroom still, which saved us a bunch of money. So we were all for that as well, because it's just easier to use. Teachers felt like it was easier to use. They weren't going to have to learn a whole new system. So since then and over the time, we have invested heavily in getting not only our own staff, but also teacher staffs who want to go through. We don't force it, but teachers who want to be trained actually in Google to become Google certified trainers. So they can actually work within the schools. It's kind of a prestige thing for the teacher, and we pay for as many of those as we can. a year. Some schools have actually opted to send additional teachers through and pay for that training. It's not crazy expensive, a few $100s to get that training. So as you said, of course, the challenge always is, in a district of 6,000 teachers, is not everybody always hears the same message. But I will say my instructional technology staff initially, when we rolled out all the Google Suite across the district, trained in every school. Of course, the challenge always is going to be keeping up with the new teachers coming in and doing that. So we're always looking for ways to continue to improve upon that. But
Okay.
yes, I would say training is pretty saturated. And we have I don't know, Bill, you may have those stats, but we probably have the most Google trainers, certainly in the state in our district, if not rivaling some of the national districts as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ball O'Connor. Mr. Sutta.
Mr. Brown, could you go back to the worldwide website? Those figures on the left, those are all worldwide?
They're on the world, right?
All right, how much of it is school district, Greenville County? We can't judge anything from that, right? Well, I say we've got 32,740 student websites. That's worldwide student websites?
They're here, but they're accessed by the world, yes.
All right. If I've got 57 million pages that are viewed and 21 million are blocked, then about 40% of the website is something we would not consider to look at.
It's potentially not appropriate.
How to determine which web pages to block?
Well, a lot of it's peer review. For instance, I'll go to a web page and I'll see that it's a hate crime, and I'll flag it as a hate crime, and then our filters say we don't allow hate crimes. And so a lot of it's peer reviewed for adult content, nudity, weapons, and stuff like that. People have flagged it as being inappropriate in our filter. Now, when you get thousands of school districts that flag a particular site as being inappropriate, then it's going to show up on, and be blocked. But we block by category.
So if those 57 million web pages are being looked at, and then 21 million is being determined as to be negative or something we don't want to show, then is that every day updated or calculated? Is that, I assume that's done by computers, not by you?
No, I wouldn't do that. Yes, it's a report that we have every day. We can print a report right down to the individual student that shows you which websites they went to that we allowed and which ones they went to that were blocked.
As far as what we have in our school libraries, that has nothing to do with the website, the books that we have.
That's correct.
All right. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutta. Mr. Chamley.
Yes, I think really just about both of my questions have been asked. They were basically, one was, do we have a in-school for each school sort of a mentor or someone who's sort of a teacher or can be the Google specialist? And I think you've answered that. Back to the blocked sites, though. With 21 million sites being blocked, I'm assuming you all haven't individually looked at every one of those. My guess is there's some sort of service nationally or otherwise that will help identify those for you. Is there more to it than...
Yeah, we're required by federal law to monitor all internet activity of students and even staff for that matter. So we log every place that they go to, every place they go to that was blocked, and we can produce a report right down to the individual.
But as far as coming up with that list of 21 million that are blocked sites,
It's a national service.
It's a national service. That's what I was checking. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Brown, thank you for that
Thank you.
presentation.
Ms. Wells, before you leave that topic, might I clarify one thing?
Sure, Dr. Rose.
It may have been said, and I might have missed it when I went out. And Bill and those do a great job, and you saw the ratio at which they work devices to employees. I'm not sure we mentioned that when we purchase Chromebooks, we purchase with that technical support for the initial rollout. So their internal staff is supported by external contractors in the rollout of the Chromebooks. And I'm not sure we mentioned that, and I think that's an important point.
We didn't want to add full-time employees, so.
for that purpose, yeah. Awesome, great, great.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you guys for being here. Behind the curtain, behind the veil, we finally met you guys. It's great. So we're going to move on then to item 2.03, the external audit of educational technology services. So we're all in that mindset. And our presenter is Dr. Robert Jenkins of Quality Business Experts.
Absolutely, thank you.
Dr. Royster, did you have any commentary before we have our presentation from our...
I think most of what I would say you will see in your documents around the audit presentation. It talks about Dr. Jenkins' credentials. It talks a little bit about the certification that we're seeking externally. You may recall this has been a fairly lengthy process. Number one, for us to find, and I think certainly Mr. Knott's office assisted Mr. Brown's office in locating an appropriately qualified external auditor to ensure that the things that we're doing or the things that we need to be doing really a dual purpose. One, to make certain that our systems are safe and we're being accountable as we should be, but also to help us become what we believe, and I think this is later in his presentation, we believe we would be the first ISO certified school district in the nation, and we think maybe the world. We're not real sure about that. I think Dr. Jenkins maybe has some insight into that. So we feel like this has been a very beneficial process. It has taken a good bit of time. I think some of that will be a little bit self-explanatory. As we try any gap that was discovered, Mr. Brown and his staff worked very diligently to close that gap prior to moving forward. So I think the report today will mostly be, here were the gaps, here are the things that have been done, and then the ongoing process.
Great. All
So
right.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins, for being here.
Thank you, ma'am. In fact, Mr. Chair, the Vice Chair stepped out, board, members of the board, and Dr. Royster, thank you very much. I understand I have about 10 minutes or so I'm going to try to be as thorough as possible, but try to be brief, and then by all means, if you haven't had a chance to look at that executive summary, I'll try to go through it or whatever, but I'll take any questions.
Well, you have 15 minutes, and so you don't have to speed talk, because some of us need it a little bit slower anyway.
Absolutely. So again, thank you. Very quickly, in terms of the background here, this effort and that resulted in the current audit process that's taking place, the ISO audit process, it actually initiated out of your strategic plan. I believe, if I remember correctly, I believe it was strategic goal 14 that was adopted in the strategic plan by the board, was to improve the educational technology services, or the ETS, and to make sure that your network and infrastructure and that the elements and the attributes that support the technology for your staff, for your teachers, for your students was basically at the best possible level, a world-class level. And as part of that, in that the goal 14 out of the strategic plan was to achieve an ISO 27001 certification, if that would help that effort at improving your information technology capabilities. And I want to make sure everyone in the board, since we're in an educational setting, and maybe a little education is helpful, just so in case any of the board members are not aware, ISO, or ISO as it's often called, is the International Organization for Standardization. And it is a set of international committees that have, over the course of about 30 to 40 years since World War II, established international standards around things like quality, information and data security, risk management, and organizations, companies, nonprofit organizations, schools, whatever it may be, that want to show that they are meeting the highest level of business practices will often seek an ISO certification. And the ISO certification process not only requires that the organization go through internal reviews and internal changes to meet the ISO requirements, but then on top of that, then be certified or audited externally by an internationally certified auditor. And so what the board originally issued in that strategic plan was, hey, let's work towards that, but the first step of that was a process and procedures audit that you requested. And so the school began to look internally for resources and realized that there were not any internal resources to meet those goals. And so that's when we were sought as an expertise firm to assist. And when we stepped in to assist the school system, in fact, Mr. Brown and Mr. Benham, who are here, was some of the early contacts that we had. The determination was that the first thing that needed to be done was a gap assessment. And a gap assessment is a very common tool. It is a process and procedures type assessment where some standard is selected. So my left hand will be the standard over here, and we did select the ISO standard since it was in your strategic plan. And then we actually do an internal audit of your processes. That would include things like policies, written procedures, your actual activities, process activities, things. And see, this is how you're doing things. And of course, in a perfect world, they match right up, right? There's no gaps. But most of the time what happens is it looks a little bit like that, so sometimes there's some requirements, and we're not necessarily doing them exactly to those requirements. And so we produced a thorough gap assessment report, and I believe, as Dr. Royster just pointed out a moment ago, your staff, your team, in fact, some of the people that have been highlighted here today, began working very diligently to close those gaps. And when I say gaps, I'm talking about identified vulnerabilities, areas where the school system, the ETS, your information technology services, your infrastructure, your network, your hardware, whatever it may be, those various areas that were subject to potential vulnerabilities. And they've done a really good job. And basically, that's what the executive summary you have is it sets forth what were those gaps and how the ETS has gone about fulfilling those gaps and making sure that those gaps are met, that those vulnerabilities have been properly addressed. So where we are today, in order to take that last step to actually begin the certification process to seek an ISO certificate for your information and security system, we needed to conduct 2 internal audits. And when I talk about that, I'm talking about ISO audits, because I know you have an internal audit team that's separate that looks at financial issues and provides reports to you. But our task was to perform internal ISO audits. So we're taking that ISO standard and we're saying, are we doing or meeting all of the requirements? And we're preparing the school through that process for that external audit should you take that last step to become certified. And I believe that decision has been made. I'm not being assumptuous about it. But so when that external auditor comes, that external auditor is going to do the very same thing that we've already begun doing internally. And so again, that was part of the report, was to make sure you're aware that that ISO audit process is not only taking place, but actually we're probably about 65–75% complete with that. I anticipate that the internal audit process will be completed by no later than April, probably a little earlier, at which time we'll be able to assess any findings from the audit, correct those findings, and then begin to prepare your ETS personnel in the system for the external audit and become certified. Dr. Royster pointed out, I am, in fact, an internationally certified auditor myself. I have audited on 5 continents, and so I have access to the ISO committee data. While there are higher education institutions, colleges, community colleges, those types of organizations that have been certified to some of the ISO standards, primarily in the 9001 standard or the 27001, and that's the standard that's applicable here, data security, information security. There are no reported high school systems that have sought and successfully attained that certificate. I'm aware of, at this point, at least one other, actually probably 2, that are in the process of seeking that certificate. One of them is, I think it's Consolidated District 2 in Los Angeles, California. But you would be one of the true leaders in terms of obtaining that certificate. And what that certificate does, again, it verifies by external audit of an international nature that your school system has adopted a system, a set of rules, policies, procedures, and processes that at least ensures that when you follow those processes, that you are not only engaging the best business practices recognized in the world for data and information security, but you are therefore establishing a process that at its best prevents or mitigates any potential vulnerabilities and liabilities. Doesn't mean that you won't be attacked, Doesn't mean students won't lose Chromebooks as we've talked about. Doesn't mean that black hats aren't out there trying to seek ways into your system. But it guarantees that if you're following these practices, you are following the best practices to prevent those things from occurring. So again, I anticipate at this point, based on where we are, that the internal audit, the internal ISO audit will be completed within the next couple of months, and that will put you in the position then to move forward with an actual certification audit and become certified as an organization. So now, again, I tried to be very brief, as I heard we were short on time. You'll see on the board, I'll just mention it, I think you have these things. There is a little executive summary that basically kind of says what I just described. And then there's a couple pages of this table. And on the left part of the table, those were the observations or findings out of that gap assessment. And on the right side of the table is a very brief description of the action taken to resolve those gaps. And what you will find, and I'll certainly be glad to talk about them in any detail, but you'll find the word completed in basically every one of these categories. Again, the only place open at this time is finishing the internal ISO audit process, which helps verify that these things, in fact, not only were done, but were done effectively. That's the key to the audit. We know they were done, but were they implemented effectively? And that's the purpose of the internal audit. So now, I've tried to be very brief because, again, I know there were time limits and everything, but I would be glad to answer any questions or give more broad description or, again, look at any particular finding if anyone has questions about those.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Jenkins.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Meek.
Goodness. Thank you. I understood exactly everything you said, for sure. But could you give me a plain English example of what you are auditing? I read the different things that are completed by processes and procedures and all that. Give me a detailed or whatever.
To give you a perfect example, is it okay to step out? I'm sorry. Okay, all right, sure, I'm sorry. Absolutely. So first of all, Mr. Meek, thanks for the question. And if I understand correctly, you're an Army veteran. Thank you for your service. I know you served in Vietnam, sir.
Thank you.
A perfect example would be this standard, the ISO standard, sets up a series of not only requirements in terms of processes, but specific controls. And that when you apply these controls, you're doing the right things to protect information and data. And one example, one of the controls, there's over 130 of these controls. One of them is you need to have physical protection around your important areas of a building. Well, when I came in and started my audit process, one of the things I looked for is when I, a visitor to the school system, walked into a building, was I stopped? Yes, I was. At the M.T. Anderson Center, as well as here, there's a person saying, I don't know you, who are you? Next thing I have to do, in fact, I always put it in my pocket just to be safe because I don't always carry my billfold with me, but I have to present that. And you run that through a system that makes sure that I think, at least I'm not a sex predator. I don't know what else it checks for, but I know it checks for that. And then it produces a badge that I'm required to wear. And because I am wearing this badge, I'm to be escorted everywhere. Those were one of the, that's
check
just
those off.
Right, that's just one of the 133 controls that I need to check for. More technical controls would be, for example, there's a couple controls that define the over and under of cryptology. So when you are transmitting data, either data at rest or data that is active, and you're moving it from one location to another, a server to a server, or an email location to a server, what kind of cryptology and controls are you using to encrypt that data? And that gets to the question of, there's another control to determine what needs to be encrypted and at what level. You need to determine what types of, security. So certain data is top, like the government, top secret. Certain data is PII, right? Personally identifiable information. So these are the kind of things that we check for to say, are you following all of these rules? Have you implemented processes, written procedures? And then the audit process comes in to say, are you actually doing? The fact you write it down doesn't mean anything. Are you following the process? Are you obeying your written procedures? Are you adhering to the board's policies? You issue policy about these things. Are the processes coherent with or harmonized to the policy to make sure those things are done? So that's just two examples, if
That's
that
good.
helps make sense.
What does the external auditor you're talking about, what will they be looking for?
The external auditor will come in, he or she will come in and do the same thing that I'm doing right now, and it's that same process. There are 10 sets of rules or requirements, really would be a better term, and then there are these 130-plus controls. And that auditor is going to come in and say, all right, different auditors do it different ways. Some auditors say, we'll just start with number one. Show me how you're doing number one. Number one might be, for example, one of the requirements is that there is a management review committee established to make sure that your personnel are, in fact, knowledgeable and following these rules. So that external auditor is going to do the same thing I would do. Who's on your management review committee? Mr. Bill Brown is on it. Mr. Spencer Benham is on it. Mr. Jeff Knox is on it. Oh, good. When can we get at least a few of these people together? I want to interview them and make sure they know what it means to be on a management review committee. Or do they what does it mean to lead this effort? And so maybe that's rule number one. Rule number two is we're going to have a risk management process. Do you have that? Yes, we do. Well, who's your risk manager? You know, I want to sit down with that person and see if that person's actually identifying risk, mitigating risk, talking to people about what risks are in the IT world. How do you do that? So that external auditor is going to go through that process audit and make sure that all 10 of the requirements and all 130-plus controls are being met before that person will issue your certificate.
Okay, so he is doing almost exactly the same thing you're doing, just an external instead of our internal, that you're going to be the internal. Okay,
That's
I think
correct.
I got it. I think
Yes,
I got
sir.
it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. Ms. Grayson?
Thank you, Ms. Wells. So I'm guessing you've done a few of these.
Yes, ma'am.
How did the internal processes and procedures audit compare to your other 5 million that you've done?
Okay. Well, I would say it's probably more closer to maybe about 500 or 600 total audits within the last decade. I've performed audits prior to that. But I would say this, and I'm very proud to say this, your ETS department did better than average. When I first came in and identified these gaps, there were things that I expected. There were some requirements in the standard that you had no procedures or process for, because before that you weren't following the standard, so you really didn't have a reason to do that. But number one, when we addressed those things, your ETS department, and I don't mind pointing out, Mr. Benham's worked extremely hard. He and I've had many conversations and emails and all. He diligently took to heart the findings that were identified in the gaps and began initiating a risk management process, documenting some processes that you had in place, you just didn't have them documented, and then starting some new processes that you didn't have at all. So when we went through the gaps, we filled the gaps and conducted that first internal audit. I believe, and I'll have to look back in my records for sure, but I believe I wrote a total of 7 non-conformances. In other words, when I did the first audit after we had filled these gaps, I found 7 things that I felt like, you know, you still haven't gotten this right yet. And I'll be honest with you, that is far above average. I have worked with clients before where I helped them set up their system, and I went in and did the first internal audit with them, and I have written pages and pages of non-conformances. And I have, as an internationally certified auditor, been to organizations that were seeking a certificate, and on one occasion, after the first day, I just sat down with their leadership team and said, you're not ready. I'll stay here 2 more days and I'll write everything up, but you're not going to get a certificate. Why don't we just stop now, save money? You guys keep working on this and I'll come back in 6 months. So you're doing really well by comparison. Was it perfect? No, but did I expect it to be? Because again, you weren't really familiar with that standard before you started this process. It's not like you've been working with it for 20 years and you just decided to become certified.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Grayson. Is there anyone else? Great, because I have a couple.
Yes, ma'am.
You sort of answered this, but I wanted to ask the question. Who's on the Management Review Committee?
Mr. Bill Brown, Mr. Jeff Knox, Mr. Spencer Benham, and Spencer, I'm going to ask Spencer to help me out. Who else? Who else is on the committee?
The Management Review Committee. The Management Review Committee consists of several folks. Mr. Philip Davies on it, Mr. Jeff Knotts, Mr. Bill Brown, Jeff Miller, myself, Lynn Gibbs. Am I leaving anybody out?
I think that's, yeah, Lynn, I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Maria Beltran is on it as well.
Okay. And so the one of these items that talked about you develop KPI, key performance indicators?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what are some of the key performance indicators that we're going to be tracking?
I think there are right now about 5 key performance indicators. I remember one of them, and I made suggestions, and then Mr. Benham actually built them, so there may be some things in addition. But one of the things we track is a very important element in information and data security is reviewing logs and log reports, because it's a very mundane thing. Computers will spit out these log reports on whatever basis you want them to, every hour, every day. Buried in those log reports are the details of where maybe some account, somebody tried to enter a password on an account 10 times in a row and failed. And if you don't look at those reports, or sometimes the system will automatically notify you when you get over, say, 2 or 3 of those failures, that's an indication that someone's trying to hack that account, right? I'm guessing at that person's password. Well, I guessed at it again. I guessed at it again. And so one of those things we are tracking is the number of log reports, and are those log reports being reviewed, and what kind of data is coming out of that? Are there, anytime there's multiple incidences like that? One of the simple KPIs is we're tracking is if and when there is a data breach or a data failure of any type, because we have a zero tolerance policy on that. Our KPI is set at no data breach, but we track that because there are minor things that occur. I think Mr. Brown talked about earlier. Things occur all the time where people go to inappropriate sites. That doesn't constitute a breach, but going to an inappropriate site might give a black hat the opportunity to get into your system and get to data, and we would want to track that. I believe we also track some time element matters, if I remember in the KPIs. I can't remember now the specific data element. But there's about, I think at this point, 5 or 6 KPIs that we're tracking.
Okay, and so the Management Review Committee on an annual basis, on a quarterly basis, will look at those KPIs? Who's going to have the ownership of that, I guess?
That is correct. The KPIs, by the rules that we must follow, the KPIs, along with a lot of other activities, have to be reported to the Management Review Committee. And the Management Review Committee is only obligated to meet once a year. But right now, under my advice, and Mr. Benham has accepted that advice, they're meeting about quarterly. I think they've had about 3 or 4 meetings within the past year. And so, yes, that data is reported to them so that not only they know about it, but that's their opportunity, just like what you're doing now on a smaller scale. Well, why is that? Well, what is that? Well, maybe we should add this. How can we take action against that? An oversight opportunity.
Okay. So, and I like ISO because it does make, it forces you to document those things that you just know to do because you've been here, that it needs to be in writing so that perpetuates, those standards and those practices can perpetuate themselves and stay in alignment. But what is the level, so you mentioned there aren't any school districts that have this certification. How many companies, how many certifications of this type are there in the U.S.?
In the United States, I believe, and I'll have to go back and check the numbers, and I can supplement that by sending it to the board if you'd like. I believe as of last year, the ISO data said that there in the United States, there are 17,000 roughly, somewhere 17,800 if I remember the number correctly, ISO 27001 data and information security active certificates in the United States. And again, I'll double check that number and send it to you, but that's the number I remember from doing the research.
And so you use the word active, which I think, again, is important. I think ISO is great for helping you set the standards. The question is it's sort of like the lead standards on the construction side of it. What is the cost of continuing? So first, what's the cost of the external auditing and the certification itself? And then what is the cost of continuing that in terms of what we're going to have to invest to actually get the certification?
Correct. That's an excellent question. The way ISO works is a 3-year cycle. So let's make an assumption for this discussion that you will start your cycle sometime this year. So you're going to get externally audited. So you're going to pay an international certification body. That's the organization that has the authority to issue these certificates. Usually one time at the beginning of that 3-year period, and during that 3-year period, that auditor is going to come this year for the certification audit, but then will come back once each year for the next 3 years, just as a surveillance. And when the surveillance audit takes place, the auditor says, hey, I'm not going to look at everything. I'm just going to look at some key things, because I know if you're following these key processes, then I feel safer following the others. And so there's a one-time payment this year, and that covers the next 3 years. it's my advice to my clients often, you can negotiate that. You can break that payment up over time. They want it up front, but you can break it up over time. But really, the only cost over the 3-year period is just the expenses of the auditor, flight, hotel, things like that. Generally speaking, and I know...
It's ballpark.
Yes.
Ballpark.
I believe Mr. Benham is actually in the process right now of getting an exact quote, but generally speaking, I think you'd probably be looking at something around $6,000 to $7,000 for that upfront payment, roughly, something like that, with expenses and auditor
Right.
flight and all. Maybe over a 3-year period of time, you're talking to somewhere between $10,000 and $12,000 maximum, I would think.
Okay, not exorbitant.
No, in fact, it's something
Very reasonable.
we've already administratively committed to, and we have the funds within our accounts to take care of that, because as you mentioned, that's a very reasonable cost for the return, we believe, on that investment.
Right, okay, great. Are there any other questions from Mr. Suddeth?
On the expectations of the next steps, where are we at specifically in there?
Sure, I think that's this page right here.
Yes, sir.
So right here, this first bullet where it says complete the current ISO audit process in
Yes,
the
sir.
first quarter to mid-year, that is right. That is exactly where we are right now. We are about halfway through the internal ISO audit process, and that's what I was saying a minute ago. I really expect that to be finished by April, maybe even earlier than that, because at this point, like I said, we're over halfway done with that internal audit, ISO internal audit process. And so then the next paragraph where it says, if the audit process is completed successfully, then that's your opportunity now to engage that certification body, international body, and begin the external audit process. Does that answer your question?
That would be prepared for certification audit by mid-year, 3rd quarter 2019?
Yes, sir, absolutely. That's the goal.
All right, so when we say here to complete the second internal ISO audit, we're still looking at 2019. At the end of the 2019, we should have completed all our steps for that first year.
Actually, by the end of 2019, if we're successful, if we keep on track, which we are right now, you will actually be certified by the end of this year. We will have the external audit completed by the end of the year. That is the goal, because I will finish the internal audit part in the next 2 months, and unless there's some problem I don't anticipate, then we would be ready to engage an external auditor and have that person come in before the end of the year. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, you won't have any problem with our personnel. They're smart.
Yeah, they are. They've done a great job, honestly.
Okay. Yes, I understand exactly now. Thank
Perfect.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Is that it, Mr. Suddeth? Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. As Dr. Royster said, I know this took a while to find the right person to conduct this audit for us, so I think we're all appreciative of that.
Thank you all very much, and please have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 2.04, revision of policy IHF. We have a recommended motion from our ad hoc committee for instructional policies to approve the revision of policy IHF, academic achievement graduation requirements. So it does not require a second coming from committee. I, unlike Dr. Burns-Dillard, didn't put together some slides on this. What I thought I'd do is refer you guys to the revised policy, and I can just talk briefly about what we've added. If you check the old policy, one thing you'll recognize is that the old policy was very short and really didn't say very much at all. So we took the opportunity in reformatting this to fit within the guidelines of what we've established for our instructional policies format, and then added a few things. So when you look at the policy, the first thing you have there is the purpose, and we were very intentional about wanting to include that we're committed to curriculum that's going to prepare our students for that college and career readiness and enabling them to meet their high school requirements. Within the policy itself, we had 3 things that were added that enhanced the policy that we had. Some of them were things that may have been addressed previously in an administrative rule that we felt was important to pull into policy. A couple of others were born out of historical events that we knew there were some things that maybe could be added to the policy to give clarity to our students and to our families about graduation requirements. So the first was we expanded language to include the alternative credentials. As you know, that's something that's been changing with the state putting in place a recognition of employability credentials. We're in a little bit of a phase in and phase out, if I understand this correctly, with the employability credential over the next 5 years. So there may be some changes and tweaks that we need to make to the policy as we go so that we're in alignment with what the state is recognizing on the employability credential. Am I saying that correctly, Doug?
And Ms. Hogan can speak if she would like, but my understanding is the occupational credential is fading out. The employability credentials is here, is starting next year, I believe. So we may want to tweak this policy potentially before the board meeting, just to clarify that. But you are correct that the occupational credential is fading out, and I believe it has 4 more years just with this 9th grade cohort.
Right, yeah. So for the next 4 years, we'll still have our own occupational credential, if you will.
And it could be 6 years because they can stay through 21. So the sophomore class right now, however long it takes those students who would continue the occupational until they finish, the 9GR freshman class right now would be eligible to get the state employability credential. So anyone who entered this year as a freshman, you know, and we won't enter any further, but we'll have a period of time where we'll need to have both.
Right. Okay, so again, there may be, maybe if we need to look at the language before the board meeting and see if we need to tweak it or if it's okay the way it is until we get to that point when those kids sort of age out of that process. So the other thing we did is we actually address early graduation here and state that a student, we're seeing more and more students who are graduating early, and there were some stipulations with regard to that made it difficult for students to participate in graduation exercises if they made the decision to graduate early. So this policy has a piece that we added that clarifies that a student may graduate from high school early and will also be able to participate in graduation exercises. And then the last thing we did, and this is the one that kind of took the most work in terms of the district sort of helping us determine what this needed to look like, is that we established some consistent criteria for graduation recognition in terms of academic achievement. One thing that we all recognize is in this race for every 100th of a point to get through class rank, and as our focus as a district shifts to making sure students, the whole student is addressed, and that kids are taking opportunities that may not be AP classes, they may be CTE opportunities. We wanted to kind of set maybe cast a wider net for how we recognize academic achievement, and in doing so, also sort of bring in alignment our 14, soon to be 15 high schools in terms of how that high academic achievement is recognized. So previously, it's been left up to each individual high school to determine how they want to recognize honor graduates, and they called them different things, and they had different criteria, and they had different cut scores. And so working with the administration, working through this, we came up with a policy ad that we would recognize students according to the Latin honors designation and would have cut scores so that students, when they come into high school, if they're coming in 9th grade and they want to be recognized in graduation, they have a metric and a bar that they can set for themselves. And if they meet that bar, then they're going to get that recognition. So it takes away the idea that, well, I need to be in the top 10, so I need to angle to get ahead of so-and-so or to get ahead of this person, or maybe I'll take, my PE over the summer so that I can get that extra class that I need, or maybe I need to get the easy teacher, so I'm not going to take the German that I want to take, I'm going to take the Spanish. Not that one of those is better than the other, but just as an example. So we worked with Dr. Royster and Dr. McCrary to look at what would be reasonable for those cut scores and for that recognition, and that is what you see here in the policy. Dr. Royster met with the principals and had conversations with them about whether this was something they wanted us to include, and if so, whether or not these numbers were appropriate. And what we have here is the consensus that they did want it included, and that the cut scores, as we show them, are the ones that are appropriate for the recognition. And outside of that, those were the primary things. If there are any questions for myself or for the committee or for Dr. Royster on kind of the process for the cut scores on the Latin designations, we could take them at this time. So, Mr. Chamley?
Yes, thank you. On the Latin designations, do you know roughly, based on historical trends, how many or what percentage of students might fall into each of these categories?
So it varied across high schools. One thing they did in setting these scores was they wanted to be sure that there were students who would qualify in every high school for every level. So I don't remember what the numbers were, and honestly, one of the things that Dr. McCrary said to us when we set these is because of the change in the uniform grading policy that happened a couple of years ago, these numbers are going to go up with in terms of students' GPAs are going up because of the change in the uniform grading policy a couple of years ago. So he suggested that potentially in a few years they would come back with a recommendation to actually raise these so that they're higher and would still meet that criteria of trying to recognize our highest academic.
Okay.
Anyone else? Mr. Sutter.
Yes. Clarify high-achieving graduates. Exactly how do you determine a high-achieving graduate?
Well, in this instance, so I think high achieving in my opinion is different, but in this instance, in this policy, what we're talking about is students who academically are achieving in AP classes, higher weighted classes, and getting better grades. So the GPA reflects the high achievement based on their grades and their academic prowess.
To be classified as high achieving, I've got to have a GPA of at least 4.25. Is that what we're saying?
To be recognized for the graduation exercises, yes.
To be recognized as a high achieving graduate. I cannot be a high achieving graduate unless I have at least a 4.25.
You will not be recognized in graduation exercises with this Latin honor system if you do not have at least a 4.25.
Okay. We have an administrative rule that Doug Webb set out. Where can I find that?
So the administrative rule for this policy, the new policy hasn't been made yet. So what they'll do is if the policy is approved, then Mr. Webb will work with Dr. Royster to develop the administrative rules that support the policy.
When will we get that?
I would say within the month following, assuming this is approved at the February board meeting, in the month following. There won't be a great deal of administrative rule around it because it's very clear in the policy, which we think, not only do we think, the high school principals, without exception, think that there needs to be conformity among the high schools. There's way too much variance. And when you think about the number of students we have that move back and forth, well, at all grade levels, we have 8,000 students that change schools during the school year. And some number of them are at the high school level. You know, you roughly expect maybe about a third of that's at the high school level. So it brings consistency. And to say that you're an honor graduate of a Greenville County high school would mean the same thing, whether it be at our very smallest school or our very largest school. It would be a particular attainment, as you mentioned earlier, 4.25 or higher. And actually, though, we went through a consensus process. At the end, I think we could now more accurately describe it as there was not consensus, there was unanimous agreement that these ought to be the cut scores and this ought to be the system. Now, we ran a whole bunch of different numbers. I don't even remember how many. Mr. Reimer was in all those meetings as well, to show that, all right, it would generate this many honor graduates at this level at this school, so that every principal was comfortable about this is what it looks like at my school. And several of them made the comment, well, this will actually be an incentive for us to make sure we're offering more dual credit and more AP course offerings, because they have an incentive for their students to make sure that they have the number of honor graduates they likely should have.
So that will bring about the conformity that we're seeking.
Yes, sir.
If
Right
I-
now,
if I have
there's about 14
a
different
honor
ways they
system.
do this.
So this lack of conformity that we're having, we'll have it because we'll have a Latin honor system.
Yes, sir. We believe the two big things this does for our students and our schools is, number one, it brings a conformity to the process. A summa cum laude graduate is a summa cum laude graduate, no matter where they are. The other is it sets a bar for anybody to be able to attain. You don't have to compete amongst your fellow students. You have to get to that bar. You have to get to 4.25. It doesn't matter how many get to 4.25. It's not the top 10% or the top 20% or the top 30%. It's if you can get to 4.25. Same thing in a course. If you do the work to get an A or a B, we don't cap how many can get an A or a B. The teacher has an objective standard for getting an A or a B, and you reach that standard or you don't. So it adds that benefit as well. It gives students something to aim for without having to aim for somebody else and exceed them. They have to do their own personal best to reach this standard.
What was wrong with the schools being individual? Why did we want to make it all schools conform? What was the problem with that, Dr. Rothschild?
One of the biggest problems were students transferring among schools, and then they're transferring and the rules are different there. This sets a level playing field. The rules are the same everywhere. And I think when you say to people you're an honor graduate, if you're going to apply for a job or you're going to apply for a college, there would be an expectation that there was some consistency of what that meant if you're all coming from the same school system. We were, I think, very unique, at least in our state, of districts that have multiple high schools that do not have a district level standard for honors recognition at the graduation level.
Wouldn't there still be competition if I'm gonna have a valedictorian and as I see right here, a salutatorian?
Yes, sir. If your
So
school,
we still have competition for that?
yes, sir. If your school has a valedictorian and a salutatorian, that would be the number one and number two person in the class.
So that would be a
Doesn't-
competition.
Does
so to
not
speak.
change that. The only thing we'd
Whereas
have.
the other, we want to do away with that because we're having a Latin honor system.
It does not eliminate that. And in our administrative rule, we would say to the schools, if you have a valedictorian, salutatorian, this is how you calculate that. So they make that decision. This does not eliminate that.
Can they have both?
Oh, yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
So I can have in my school a valedictorian, salutatorian, and also have my Latin honor system.
Yes, sir. You would have Latin honors, then you as the principal or the school, you decide whether you have valedictorian, salutatorian. But if you decide to have one, here's how it's calculated. Because one of the issues with that is, at what point do you cut off the GPA earning to become that person? And how long must you have been enrolled in the school to be that person? And we'd want that to be consistent.
So I would know from all 14 high schools how many I had were summa cum laude, how many magna, so forth. And
Yes,
I could take each high school and compare them one another by the number of people that they had that was on that schedule.
If you wish to do that, yes, sir. One of the other things that would be included in the administrative rule, based on input from the principals, what would that look like? In other words, when you're sitting on the stage at graduation and they walk across, will they all have a gold cord or a particular tassel? In other words, the identifier for that status would be consistent across all 14, soon to be 15 schools.
where do I find the board policy review process? Where's that at?
We have a,
I want to make sure I've at the right place.
we have a board policy on reviewing board policies. Is that what you're asking?
What it says right here, the policies shall be reviewed, of course, with a board policy review process. Where can I find the board policy review process, is what I'm asking.
Doug, do you know the number?
That's in some document, isn't it? It's got to be.
We have a policy.
All right, what is that policy?
Mr. Seth, I'll be happy to send that to you. My computer's acting up right now, and I can't pull it up, but I'll be happy to send it.
GCS people left.
Is that just one policy, Mr. Webb?
Yes, on
Let's-
on
I
that,
want
yes.
to make sure that that's just not one policy and not one of two policies or three policies.
To my recollection, it is
So,
just
so
one
when we
policy.
talk about the board policy review process, as long as I've got what we have is complete.
I'll be happy to send that to you.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Seth. Mr. Sailors?
Madam Chairman, if I may, Doug, is your computer back up?
Yes, sir.
Well, you mentioned tweaking the policy. Would it not be best to try to address that here than to bring a revised version to the board meeting?
Well, one possible path forward is to make sure that, in speaking with Dr. Royster and Ms. Hogan and Ms. Wells and others on the board, that we all are on the same page. And it might be beneficial to sit down at a table to work through it prior to the board meeting instead of trying to hash it out here today. One item obviously is the employability credential. Another item that we might want to consider is participating in graduation, especially for employability credential students who have to do more hours, work hours as compared and credits. So that's something to consider. But I think it might be prudent to possibly in the next 2 weeks to work on it and see if we can come up with some agreeable language.
Yeah, so Mr.
We will pass the recommendation today with the understanding that when it comes to the board meeting, it will be more than likely amended. A number of the things that you just mentioned could very easily go into administrative rule. But
It
that
could.
that would be your recommendation.
I would just want that administrative rule to be consistent with this policy. And I just want to make sure that this language is clear that would give the administration flexibility to do that. But yes, sir.
So, Mr. Sailors, Mr. Webb brought this to me right before we started our meeting this morning, and so to your point, there were a couple things that we were talking about that I felt like were clear enough in policy that could be addressed in the administrative rule. We will meet, and if we do have to make changes that are substantive to the extent that we believe we need to, we could reconvene our committee and address that then before the board meeting.
Okay,
But I didn't want to get too far into the weeds of that since we were debating whether or not it needed to be included or not. Thank you. Mr. Meek.
A couple of concerns, I guess. One, I would like to see that listing of high schools, what numbers that they feel like will go into this Latin honors system, 4.75 and below. I'd like to see the numbers by school.
Be glad to do that.
What they're expecting those. Also, the date of 2023, so that would take effect basically for the incoming freshmen.
Entering 8th graders or entering 9th graders, Mr. Reimer? Policy takes effect with entering 8th graders or entering 9th graders.
It'll be 4 years from this June, so it'll be entering 9th graders.
Because there was considerable discussion about that, and I think if I recall correctly, and I'll depend on Mr. Reimer to keep me straight on this, the final decision had to do with if you're kind of already plotting's not the right word. If you're already planning out that you want to be in this top category under the current system, you're already doing that when you're in middle school. and the choices there are fairly limited, so you're probably already taking advantage of that. So the real distinction will occur when you enter the 9th grade. Am I remembering that correctly, Mr. Ryan?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
That's what I was understanding, but my concern is for some of the schools that may need to get their courses in place, I'm not sure that's allowing them enough time to start that in 2019. I'm not sure in the planning process, and so that the students, some of the students may be at a disadvantage if the classes are not in place, and maybe even going back to middle school, letting them know this is the classes that you'll need to take. And middle school can't tell them now because they don't know.
Well, and I think the answer, the partial answer to that is the preponderance of those courses would be taken at the 11th and 12th grade level. So while they need to be talking about that as entering 9th graders, which they'll have the opportunity to do, most of those courses are 11th and 12th grade. At the same time this is occurring, our schools are making progress across the board, smallest to largest, with increasing their course offerings that would provide additional weighted credits. Now those, sometimes we traditionally seem to think about AP or dual credit academic oriented courses, but what also provides extra weighted credit are dual credit technical courses that we offer in conjunction with Greenville Technical College. So it's not just AP US History, for example. It might also be a welding course that carries with it technical college credit. So it's all kinds of weighted credit units, and all of our schools are expanding their offerings across the board with that.
And I'm going to add to that to say that with the change in the uniform grading policy that allowed for an expansion of honors designation classes, and we have more and more of those that are being developed. Mr. McCoy's shaking his head, where you can designate a class to be honors that may be an academic class, but it may be a project lead the way, it may be something else. And so that weighted GPA for, I'm going to extend, anybody else after? Okay, so I'm going to extend for 10 minutes because I have 2 more speakers now. But that designation can be achieved with honors classes. If you take honors weight classes, you could achieve a Latin designation without ever taking an AP or dual credit class. So I think that's the other piece, as we said, that and the change in that uniform grading policy that's bumping all those GPAs up.
Well, at this point, I'm not comfortable not knowing for sure that some of these schools can get on board quick enough where all the students will be on the same level playing field when they start in August or early September, whenever it starts. But I think it's a good idea, but I'm not sure the implementation should be that quick. I would rather we would give the principals a little bit of a head start, because here we are in February. If this passes, they've got just the rest of the spring to try to get on board and get the classes, and also you're not allowing, I don't think, those students who are in middle school that is charting this course the old way to be on board and say, well, I can't be accepted as this unless we do something differently. And I'm not sure that, although Dr. Royce has assured us most of those classes in 11th and 12th grade, they do offer honors classes as freshmen and sophomores. So some of the schools, I think, have already got a head start. And so at this point, I'm not going to support this if it stays the same. And on the other point, I don't believe we should approve this going to the board meeting on the end of the month. I think we could pass it without a recommendation and then let the board look at it at that time after we've given the changes that Mr. Webb and them may want to make on the policy, instead of passing it today and with the understanding that some changes are going to be made. I would rather see what I'm going to vote on and then vote no.
Well, I guess just to clarify, we haven't established for sure that, again, limited conversation, whether or not there needs to be a change to the policy or whether it can be handled in administrative rule, which
I
is
agree,
why.
but I didn't bring it up. Somebody else did.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. Dr. O'Connor?
Yes, my softy colleague over there, to make you feel better, I thought these cut scores were way too low. So my concern was that we were going to have everybody being designated as an honors graduate because we've given all of the added opportunities with the uniform grading policy, easier to get A's, easier to get more honors level, easier to get into more AP offerings, which is all great, but that if a student is going to be an honors designee, it needs to really mean something, that they have really distinguished themselves. So I think that Dr. Royster and the principals, with Dr. McCrary's help in revising that and bringing it back to the committee, were very mindful of what you said. And, you know, saying we can go back and make it higher later if we find out that just, you know, way too many students are achieving these designations as to not make it a meaningful distinction anymore. But with everyone, including all principals over the schools where it may be toughest to find people moving into these categories, agreed that this was a very reasonable place to be, and with the timing of it. So I think that if our principals are saying, yes, our students can manage this, we can manage this, we've got time to prepare and move in this direction, then I would like for you to reconsider that. Maybe you'll be able to have a couple of conversations with them between now and the board meeting. But having been involved with this committee so long, I just want to say to you that it's rare to have this much agreement and to take the time to have this much input about where these cut scores could be to make sure that we are as fair and favorable toward all schools and all students as possible. And I think that if you maybe have some of those conversations, you'll get your comfort level up about that, as I've had to get mine up to say that if we find that we've made it too easy, we will make the adjustment down the road. And also to just say this, the lovely thing about this is now you can make so many more students able to be designated as honors or high honors, or you know, just sort of a subtlety in where they are, because there's such a huge difference between students and their aspirations and accomplishments that really don't get any designation right now. And this allows us to let more students get acknowledgement for their work. And I really am excited to try it, and hope that our board will be supportive of it. And I really appreciate the fact that it has, as Dr. Royster said, this isn't just consensus, it's broad agreement with every involved school and principal. And I don't know when we've had that, so please stay open to it as you talk to some of the schools you might be concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. Mr. Chamley.
Yes, just a couple of them, and I don't want to mess the system up here and won't try to, but when you're talking about high honors, highest honors, and so forth, basically I assume you're in a top percentage of your class. And my question is, I guess, even though you referred to it earlier, why not just make it summa cum laude is the top X percent, the next one's the top X percent, and so forth? It would seem to me you would accomplish the same thing there, but there may be, I don't know, if there's a unanimity on this among everybody in the world, then that's fine. But the other question I have is really a little bit different. It relates to the, what do they call it, the occupational versus employability status. Is there a policy that distinguishes between those two? I'm just curious what the difference is in those, and do we need to spell those out in this policy if it's not otherwise?
So we're in I'll try to answer a little bit of that from the committee standpoint, and then I guess Dr. Royster and Mr. Webb can weigh in. So we're in a little bit of a transitional period. Greenville County Schools has had for many years an occupational diploma track, which is something that we as a district created for those students who were not going to be able to achieve a diploma. And so we kind of have some specific parameters around what that looks like and what that is and how they get that diploma or that credential. In previous, two years ago, we started. Is that right, Chuck? 2 years ago? 2 years ago, out of this district, there was a push. Ms. Hogan and Mr. Sailors led the effort to create a statewide employability credential that would be recognized. And so the state passed such a credential 2 years ago for all districts across the state to use in establishing that credential, that alternative certification or credential, if you will. So where we are right now is we have students who are in the district who've been working toward our occupational credential, and then we have students who are working toward the employability credential. So right now they're two different things, but ultimately that occupational credential is going to go away and be replaced by the state employability credential.
Is one more rigorous than the other?
It has more specifics.
Employability credential would be more rigorous to achieve.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, and I noticed in here too, you talk at one place in one of the bullets you talk about passing the Greenville County Schools occupational credential. Would you want to change that for this policy when you update it to employability credential? If that's the one we're going to move to ultimately.
From our standpoint, Mr. Chairman, for some period of time, because one is replacing the other one, but has not yet replaced it, we would need to have both use both terms in the policy, because even when we have the group that enters the 9th grade this year, the next year.
9th grade will be employability, 10th graders.
But whichever grade they enter, there will be at the end of their school career, because they don't always end when we traditionally think of finishing in 12 years. There'll be some period of time where we'll have students attaining both credentials. So both things need to be in the policy until the very last one goes out the door with the occupational one.
And both will be in the administrative rule as well,
Okay.
with greater detail.
And will these count? Will these credentials count toward graduation rates?
No,
Okay.
not as currently calculated. And if I might answer Mr. Chimley's other question, I think, which
Sure, yeah.
had to do with the
Percentage.
looking at summa cum laude versus a percentage.
Oh, yeah.
I think, without having those numbers right in front of me, we'll send you the numbers. I believe the cuts that we finally ended up, the high school principals deciding these were the right places to make the cuts. I believe that brought us within the top 30%, Mr. Reimer, somewhere between the top 25 and the top 30%. And the couple of reasons to go with a standard as opposed to simply say 10% or 20%. One goes back to a concern Mr. Meek mentioned in his question. We've got a school with a graduating class of 175. That means there'll be 18 in the top 10%. We got a school with a graduating class of 500. They'll have 50 in the top 10%. They could have students, theoretically, they could have students in the top 10% in their school that wouldn't make it by GPA into the top 10% in the smaller school. So it levels that playing field from the standpoint of making it an objective standard. They got to get to the same number, no matter whether they're in our school that has 750 students in it or our school with 2,200 students in it. And a lot of times, because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong about this, Jeff or Scott, our GPA calculation goes out to 1/1000th of a point. So somebody's missing that top 10% or 20% by many times 1/1000th of a point. So those are a couple of the reasons behind trying to go to an objective. You hit this average GPA, you get recognized.
Okay. Well, I just kind of follow up. I guess, I don't know if it was Ms. Wells or who mentioned that one of the dangers would be that you have something on the order of grade inflation, or maybe it was you, Dr. Oyster, that mentioned, over time, we're going to increase that. I guess my thought is that it's all pretty, it's going to be, at the end of the day, it's kind of objective anyway, because, you can have grade inflation just within your grade point average. You take, as you mentioned, the easier teachers and the easier courses and all that. So I guess to some extent, it's going to be pretty objective in any way you go. I mean, pretty subjective either way you go. So my thoughts.
Yeah, yes, sir. And our belief is this creates the least subjective, because to your point, they're all have a degree of subjectivity to it, because you and I could teach the same subject, and it might be more difficult to get an A in my class than in yours, or the reverse.
Or a different school even,
Or between schools. So that's always going to be, that's always there. But the bigger point right now with that, and the reason we need to look at it down the road, is we've got students in our system right now that earn their grades under the old grading scale with 7-point spread, and we've got students in our system that earned some of their grades on the 10-point spread, and we've got some students in the 9th grade that earned all their high school credits under the 10-point scale. So that at some point in the very near future, there needs to be a review of those cut scores to make sure that it's still appropriately rigorous based on now everybody being evaluated in a system that has a 10-point spread.
If I might ask one last question, and it's not a very smart one, but has there ever been any consideration of including as one element of this, these honors, any sort of a comparison of national standardized tests such as ACT, SAT?
No, sir, but we do a separate recognition for ACT, SAT, high achievement.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll follow up, Mr. Chamberlain, and tell you, you could talk to the committee members and find out, as Dr. Ball O'Connor mentioned, we studied this probably longer than anybody wanted us to. We actually convened a group of students from all the high schools that came in and talked with us. We convened principals and had them come in and talk with us. That really helped formulate where we went with this policy. And so the stories that you would hear students tell about, again, somebody taking a class over the summer to bump somebody out going into senior year, or, I mean, it's just pitting kids to play a numbers game against each other versus talking about why we want them to learn to their highest level and achieve the most they can. Those are contrary. They really are. And when you hear students talk about, I really wanted to take art, but I didn't think I could because, I love art and I might do something with that I knew I instead needed to take this. It's just not setting students up for what we say in our strategic plan and in most of our policies, what we want for students, which is for them to achieve at their highest level in whatever area they want. So we did run out of time. Do I have any other? I have Ms. Grayson still has to speak, so I'm going to extend for 10 minutes. And
I was just going to move to call a question.
Oh, well, look at there.
So now I have to vote on that.
So I have a move to call a question. I need a second. I have a second. Help me out, Mr. Meek. I haven't done this one in a while. So do I need to, no discussion, but do I need a vote to call the question, right? All right, all in favor of calling the question to vote, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. Okay, so if you're in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're going to call the question. So the motion on the floor is the recommended motion from the ad hoc committee to approve the revision of.
I'm sorry, I could be mistaken, but I believe it requires a 2/3 vote. So I believe it did not
You weren't going to
pass.
tell me, were you? Okay, so thank you, Mr. Webb, for keeping me straight. All right, so that motion fails. So, Ms. Grayson, you didn't have any other comment other than that one, is that right?
Well, we could put the cut scores in an admin rule and pass it without putting the cut scores in the policy. And that way, if we need to change it, it's just a suggestion. If this does not have a majority of the board to pass, that's an option that we can do to get it done.
Okay. Dr. O'Connor, and then.
My question is procedural and whether or not we need to make the motion rather than for approval to pass the item on to the board meeting. But my question is, would that still allow us to pass the policy at the board meeting if we honor the request that a couple of our colleagues have made? Then I would like to, rather than the motion coming from committee to approve it, to send it on to the board meeting without approval, with the expectation that those changes relating to the diploma would be addressed prior to that night.
Can I call a point of order? The vote was 4-2, 4-6. Is that right?
You need 2/3 vote to call the
Right, but the
question.
vote was 4-6. That's 67% in favor, according to my calculator. So I mean, if you have to have, if you
Yeah,
have to
we
have
don't have 10
2/3, that would be
people here.
2/3, wouldn't it?
No,
Two-thirds will be
60%.
6.33% or 6.667%. So you would need 7 to get over that hump.
Right. We need,
This is new math to me.
you need we have 10 people, we have 10 people here, and you need 2/3 vote is 67%.
2/3 of those present is what you're saying.
So we have
Okay.
60% in favor and 40%.
Filled by a half a board member.
Yeah. So I didn't see anybody raise both hands either, so. Dr. Connor, I'm going to go back to what I believe you were doing was offering a substitute motion to pass this policy directly to the board for approval.
Without a recommendation.
Okay. So I guess I'm thinking through the process, so so we would either convene our committee in the next 2 weeks to deal with the changes, right? Or, I mean, technically, well, it would have to come through committee to come straight to the board.
So my recommendation would be this.
Madam Chairman, point of order. You got a motion on the floor. You need to
No,
go with it.
No, she's
asked her-
formulating a motion, and
She made the motion, you reformulated it.
Wait,
She made the
I asked,
motion.
No, she
I asked her a
didn't.
question as to whether or not that would be the appropriate step
she
to
said
take.
procedurally, I have a question.
Right, and
Could
whether,
I do this, and would this work?
I didn't take it that way, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're chair, you rule on it.
Mr. Webb?
So my recommendation, based upon the discussion, and I believe what board members are interested in, is to not pass this on, to have the ad hoc committee meet within the next 2 weeks
Okay.
to review the discussion, the concerns, consider those, make any necessary changes, and take it straight to the board.
Okay.
okay, then may I make a motion to refer this back to committee prior to,
You're making a substitute motion.
substitute motion to refer this back to committee so that we would meet prior to the board meeting?
You can make that, you made the motion. Can I see if I can get a second first, or?
Second.
you went- Okay.
In order to go straight to the board in 2 weeks, it would have to come from a committee.
From a
whether it be
committee,
this committee.
right.
There's nothing to take to the board if there's no action.
But an
today.
ad hoc committee can come straight to the board of trustees.
At the end of the day, I really don't care how we do this.
That's right. So my recommendation would be just that.
Okay. To accept Dr. O'Connor, the motion we have on the floor will suit what we're trying to do.
Procedurally, yes, refer it back to the ad hoc committee
Okay.
for additional action.
Okay, so that has been a substitute motion that has been made, has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 2.05, discussion of policy GBRI, personal leaves and absences. Mr. Meek requested this item. Mr. Meek, would you like to speak to the item before the presentation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Royster, would you like to speak to the item before Ms. Gibbs presents?
they're pulling that up, you may have already said this, and I stepped out for just a minute. The items of request from Mr. Meek to look at our personal leaves and absences. I think a couple of items of note, and I believe you'll see this in the presentation. One of the strategic plan items was to review and perhaps revise our policies related to leave, personal leave, and sick leave. So this lines up in a timely manner with that objective of our strategic plan. The other thing that as we reviewed this information, the information that we sent to you all, we believe administratively we have some work to do. We found instances based on answering these questions where we don't believe that we're being consistent across departments in the district, and we're not being consistent in close adherence to some of the policy requirements, and we have already begun the work to correct those things. Now, that doesn't address any perhaps desired changes to policy, because most of the accrual of leave and those types of things are clearly stated in policy. But we certainly have some work to do and have already begun that work. And there may be some questions about that, and we'd certainly be glad to respond to those. But we appreciate this being brought forward. It certainly highlighted to us some, both a reminder that we need to put this forward as a strategic plan item and to make sure that we're being consistent in our carrying out of policy and expectation. So thank you.
So
Ms.
based
Gibbs?
on, yeah, so based on the questions of what are our policies and how are they communicated to employees, I just wanted to start by saying we now have orientation for all employees that come to the district. Typically, in a week, we will have 3 orientations. One here for people who have FTE type positions, one here for subs and adjunct coaches, and then one at Space Drive every week. Starting in about March, that number goes up to about 3 or 4 in this building every week as we're hiring teachers for the next year. And really, I should have had board policies and rules next on my list, because handbooks really take information from policies and rules and put those in handbooks that we have for certain work groups. We also communicate to employees. They can get assistance from departments and supervisors, and then we have some tools where employees can go get information themselves about some of these benefits. So in orientation, we cover employee sick leave and how much people are eligible for sick leave each year, the number of days. And of our sick leave balances per policy, 2 of those can be used each year for personal days. If you don't use those as personal days, they just stay in your sick leave bank. And we have currently, our policy does not have a maximum on the number of sick leave days you can accrue. So if you've been here 35 years and you have 400 sick days, then that's your sick leave balance. And then we have 3 days bereavement leave. And as Dr. Royster mentioned, the issues on the sick leave plan and the personal leave days, the number we give are specific items in the strategic plan. Our other comment is, if I am a teacher and I come to work on the first day of the school year as new to Greenville County, I have my sick leaves at the beginning of that school year. I don't have to accrue them along the way. That is how we handle those first years. So if I am a 12-month employee and I start work on July 1st, I get those 18 days advanced to me. We don't have to measure them out over the months. If I'm hired mid-year, then those are prorated. And this is just the section Doug provides for schools and departments that have handbooks, the section on these 3 requested leave practices that we use this standard language in our handbooks. And in researching our handbooks, we have handbooks/operations guides in building services, fans, operations and maintenance, in transportation, and at each school. School locations cover those handbooks at the beginning of each year with their new hires and people that join them during the year. Fans in transportation have training programs in place and training departments. They cover those at the beginning of each year for all employees, and then with new hires as they do their training. Building services and operations don't have formal training programs, so those are covered or should be covered by their supervisors when they're hired. This is an area where we have failed to make sure that we're consistent, and we're working on getting those updated for people that have been hired and have a plan in place to make sure that is happening going forward. Vacation only applies to people who are 12-month employees. So basically, principals, support staff at the district level, bookkeeper, secretaries at a school, and building service maintenance employees. And this is the allocation per board policy of the number of days, and the policy and rules allow for us to grant experience. If you come into the district from another district or from a similar job, you get that credit for that related work experience towards your vacation entitlement. These are some slides from orientation. I just thought it would be helpful to share in our orientation how we share this information with folks. So we, in orientation, show them where they can find departmental web pages, how to apply for jobs once they're here, and then information to as an employee. And this is a busy slide, but basically this is how you get to department web pages. So if I had a HR question or a finance question for payroll, I could go to that department and get some frequently asked questions or more information. And then we show people how to get to the employee portal, where you can look in self-service. TimeLink self-service would tell me today how many sick leave days I have available, have I used my personal leave days, how much vacation I have. And then we show all employees in orientation how to find board policies and rules. And at the bottom is a list of typical employee policies and rules that we would mention in orientation. Then the question about TimeLink. So TimeLink is our time and attendance software system. It is how we capture time to move into the payroll system to actually pay employees. And there are a number of ways that absences are recorded in TimeLink. So SmartFind is our substitute system. So it calls out every morning for jobs that we get subs, teachers and aides, primarily in the schools. And that information in SmartFind would say, Ms. Smith is out today and Ms. Jones is her substitute. Tonight, that goes into TimeLink, and we know to dock Ms. Smith for her absence and to pay Ms. Jones for her time as a substitute. Employees, for example, I could go in employee self-service and request a vacation day for a vacation day I've planned, and Dr. Gary could approve that day. So people can go in through TimeLink and request in advance vacation or sick leave if they know in advance maybe they're going to have a procedure or something done. And then if you're out today and you didn't put your absence in advance, the time editors, which are typically secretaries, enter that absence when the employee's not able to enter them in advance, and then the supervisors approve that time in TimeLink, and then that time moves over into our payroll system to produce the paychecks. So that basically is the policies, how we communicate them, and how that time gets into TimeLink.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Mr. Meek, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Before I start on, I got a couple of questions. You said a few minutes ago, Ms. Gibbs, that at the beginning of an employee's employment with a district, they're given 18 days right away?
Well, it depends on their work schedule. So that was the example of the
45-day employee?
Yes, right.
But they're not given the 18 days right away until they earn them.
They are, first year, they are given to them in advance.
They are given to
Yes.
it so they can use those.
Right.
After that, you have to earn it.
After that, you have to earn them.
Okay, very, very good. Just wanted to make
Okay,
sure.
yeah. And there's
That
some
was right.
carryover in the policy. They have to be used by the 5th month. Is that
You mentioned their policy and everything. I want to get down in the weeds a little
Okay.
bit if I can. The first sentence of the first paragraph of policy, GBRIB, states, sick leave entitles an employee to receive his usual compensation during absences that qualify under this policy. What does that sentence mean to you, or mean to employee? That's GRIB, the first paragraph.
GBRI.
GBRB, GBRIB, good rib.
So if the policy is pretty broad in terms of family members that you could be absent for. There's a, if you look at the 4th paragraph, if I am sick or any of those family members, or if you notice, it's even anyone who lives in your household is sick, then that is the policy currently, that you could be out and take a sick leave day for those absences.
So that entitles you to take sick leave if they're out for those positions?
Yes.
Okay. The first sentence in paragraph 4 under the same policy states an employee may take sick leave for personal illness, incapacity, and things you were just talking about. So that means if you're ill or anyone in your family's ill, then you can go ahead and take a sick leave day for that. Is that
Yes,
correct?
The
Okay.
one exception is personal leave is supposed to be requested and approved in advance.
Okay. The last sentence in the policy states the superintendent may promulgate rules and procedures for implementing this policy. Under this particular policy concerning the sick leave, what's the one rule that applies, that only rule that I could find? It's basically saying the district, the employee should or may notify his supervisor if they're going to be absent that day. Is there any other rules that apply to this?
Well, we have Rule GBRIB, which outlines in detail the Family Medical Leave Act,
Okay.
which is a federal law that I believe, Doug, was created after our policy was written. So the rule goes into the details of what is required by government
for family
for
leave,
FMLA.
FMLA,
Yes.
but not sick days.
Well, many sick days fall under FMLA.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, the handbooks, I think you sort of touched on, and as I asked Mr. Brown this morning, he's one of those that sort of had a handbook, but it doesn't mention sick leave. The handbooks that I received yesterday and I looked at last night, I think there were 7 different ones. 2 or 3 of them had, they mentioned sick leave and different details. Have you reviewed those or looked at those?
Well, I have looked at them this week. Doug provides that common language.
The overall
Right,
common
yes,
language.
Yes.
But then they sort of
They
take variations
well,
of
they-
that.
Right, they may flesh out, in different organizations, you have different people they may call if they don't get their immediate supervisor. For example, in FANS, they have a series of roving employees that cover for absences. So I haven't looked at that detail, but it could be more specific about if you're going to be out, you don't get your supervisor, do you notify someone in the FANS office so they can arrange for a substitute? I'm not sure that's in there, but that is one thing I know we've talked about in the past.
Okay, yeah, I can tell you that some takes more detail than
Yes,
others,
right.
some just broadly brush over it. So we do not have a Greenville County Schools handbook, or I don't think we ever have had one.
Well, Mr. Meek, let me talk to that.
Okay.
The purpose that I did maybe 6-7 years ago was to really work on having that core, that foundation of a handbook to be given to schools and departments that they could build off of, just as you mentioned, and Ms. Gibbs, that would be specific to their school or specific department. But that core, that foundation talks about leave and other relevant policies, has other information in it, such as frequently asked questions about payroll, a number of different items that really serves as a template to be used. It also has a disclaimer that they sign an acknowledgement that the employee received that kind of information. But that is a core that is to be built off of by the school or the department.
Okay.
If I might provide some further response to that, Mr. Moon.
Sure.
Because I can't say I read through all of those. I looked through and read 2 or 3 of them. What struck me, which really led me to the comment that I made earlier, there are places, as Doug indicated, where there should be differences between departments that relate, using the example he gave, to the type of personnel they have and who they report to and that sort of thing. But there was also an inconsistency in the communication of exactly what does this mean as far as the policy, how is this applied, and it was an inconsistency that needs to be corrected. So our path forward on that is to take Doug's, we used to call them in another district I worked in, we called them common handbook statements. And this was generally for teacher or student handbooks. You put these in verbatim regarding these things. So we need to go back through our departmental handbooks, and in some cases they don't really call it a handbook, they may call it a departmental operating instruction, but they have some sort of procedural handbook in just about every department, certainly the larger ones, and make absolutely certain that what's in there is completely congruent with the policy and establishes no additional expectation other than what the policy says. And to make sure that every employee in every department is getting the same information, not about obviously who they call when they're out sick or miss or whatever, but how the rules of leave, both by policy and by rule, are applied to them. So that's the part when I mentioned earlier, kind of in a non-specific way, the changes we need to make. Those are the changes we need to make. And then to reestablish, at one time we had a gatekeeper for all those handbooks. There was one person they came to up here who kind of put a final nod on that, and we have somehow slipped away from that, and we're reinstituting that. So I think that will correct those discrepancies, because they don't need to exist. It might cause an employee to be treated differently than the way they should be treated, but depending on what department they might be in. And we need to make sure that our instruction to supervisors and our training with them is aligned and consistent with the policy moving forward. That may be a little more of an answer than what you were looking for.
Yeah, that's right. You and I had a good conversation yesterday, and I pointed several of these out to you, and you were receptive of those, and I appreciate that. And I just
we'd have not have noticed them if you hadn't asked the question.
I understand, and that's why I asked the question, because I realized there was some inconsistencies. My point is, I've got some questions. I had quite a few, but Ms. Gibbs and you have already answered quite a few of them, and I'm not going to try to be too redundant and go over them, but I may do that in my questions. So basically, I hear you saying, I think I hear you saying, and our policy says they're all employees, hourly and salary employees, as far as the benefits are treated basically the same, as far as sick leave, vacation, bereavement, FMLA.
Yes, sir. The only distinctions come in, and I believe Lynn had a slide up there earlier, they really come in related to the number of days for which you're employed. The more months you work, the more days you accrue for sick leave, and then if you're a 12-month employee, you're entitled to vacation, which other employees are not entitled to. Those are probably the big distinctions. Other than that, there aren't distinctions by policy.
Okay. We talked a little bit about the handbooks and those. What assurances are we, or you, or us, or whomever, how are we assured that the employees are getting these handbooks?
Well, that was one of the issues that I discovered this week. So we have reinstituted for those groups that don't have formal training. When they have formal training, they're getting that handbook, and it's being signed off. In those other groups, to make sure, email went to every plant engineer with a deadline to make sure they have covered that this year with all their people and people that have been hired since the beginning. They do at custodial college, but there are people hired constantly in these work groups.
Well, I noticed in the several that I received yesterday that there is an employee handbook, and employees have never seen it
right.
in those. So I just wanted to point that out, that there is a problem there. And also, over the last couple of weeks, I was able to look at and obtain a couple of PowerPoints from the HR department, and I shared that with Dr. Royster yesterday, and I think he shared those with you, Ms. Gibbs. And I want to ask a couple of questions about those. In the two PowerPoint. Now, there could be others, but these are the only two that I have seen. And one was in, I think, the latter part of 2016, another in September of 2018, coming, I think, probably from one of your employees that handles hourly employees. I believe that's correct on those. A statement that was in both of those several different times, it said, sick leave pay assures ongoing income. It does not excuse the absence. Doctor's notes provide a basis to approve sick leave pay, and again, it does not excuse the absence.
So as of yesterday, Dr. Royster and I talked about this, we will be changing those presentations because I think what we have tried to do, and I went back most of the evening last night looking at prior trainings, I think when you have 200 supervisors that you're trying to train, they ask for some very specific help to help them be consistent. But we went too far in making statements like that that don't apply. People are entitled to use their sick leave. We do have, and have since I've been here, an expectation that we'd like all our employees to attend work equal to our average attendance, which is 96%. And we share that with employees and say our average is 96%, and that's a goal everyone should work for. But you may have this year 5 things happen in your family, and you may go 5 years without anything happen in your family. But we will make very sure and retrain our supervisors that you are entitled to take your sick leave. It will not be held against you. But we will still work on communicating how we communicate. People, my wish would be that when you get truly sick and have to go out on leave, you have enough sick leave to cover that 6 weeks for surgery, that you're not just getting your 18 days and using them every year, so when you have a hardship, that you don't have that pay. But some people need it annually, some people need it, every 3 or 4 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to be redundant, an employee told me that she's been with the district a number of years. She missed 12, 13, 14 days for different reasons, being sick, doctor's appointments, or whatever. The supervisors told her that if she misses 9 days, then she falls below that 96% average you're talking about. If she wants to be sick again and not get on this cycle of discipline, then she should take her personal days or vacation days. She says, I have over 1,000 hours of sick leave.
Right.
So why should they be saying that?
And that is incorrect information, should not have been shared with the employee in that way. And that's when we would hope that we would hear about those things and be able to correct them with that supervisor through our HR support.
Well, I tried to defend the HR department until a certain point, and I could no longer defend them. I just thought you were wrong. And you're saying the 96% is what the average is for the district?
Yes.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
And that's where they were being explained, well, as an industry-wide.
No,
not
and
school
that has been we run reports annually, and our attendance has run about 96%.
Okay, but you're familiar with what they're saying about.
Yes, sir.
If they look back over the past year and you're absent over 9 days, you get a verbal warning, written warning,
And we
termination
are working
letter.
to correct that.
Okay, and as I said, I want to be redundant.
Okay.
So. As I'm sure you noticed, as Dr. Royster noticed, as quick as I showed her yesterday, there was a reference to a disciple cycle.
Yes, sir. I apologize that discipline was misspelled. Thank goodness it was corrected this year for the training from the 2016
So that does
training.
mean discipline.
Right, yes.
I'm sure it was, but after I seen it in both of them 2 years apart,
Right, yes.
I wanted to make sure that there wasn't something I'm missing here. Okay. Okay. We talk about the personal days those have been excused.
Yes, sir. And-
Okay, have always been
Yes.
excused. Our policy, the two separate policies, the GBRI and the GBRIB, both say the same.
Yes.
So I was going to ask you, what's the difference? Why are those excused and the others aren't excused?
Well, really, now that we've clarified the issue with the sick leave, I think that's just an error on our part.
You'll take care of
Right.
that, okay. See, a lot of my questions, as I said, has been explained. One of the questions I have, we do have 0.5 employees.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are they given sick days?
Yes, sir, at the 0.5 of whatever their eligibility would be.
Are they given personal days?
The same, 0.5 of whatever. So if I'm a 0.5 employee, I would get one personal day a year instead of 2.
Okay, our policy, GBRI, says all full-time employees. How are they getting personal days?
I think that's, Jamie and I looked at that, that's kind of been a practice where we haven't, it's not clear that what we are doing is more generous, let's put it that way.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, you explained on Time Link and the other name, whatever that's put.
Smart Find.
Smart Find. Okay, I was privy to look at several employee attendance record, I guess, or
Yes,
whatever, for the past year when they're getting ready to be disciplined. And on that, it all showed personal illness. Does Time Link allow you to say this is excused, so when the supervisor looks at this, they will know whether they are excused or unexcused or unapproved or whatever the terminology may be?
No.
There's specific codes for each type of leave.
Like bereavement leave has its own code, vacation has personal leave, but sick leave all goes into either illness or illness in family. Right.
So if it shows
Yes.
personal illness, then that should be approved and excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, I mean, that's not what's been communicated,
okay.
but right.
But that's what it should be henceforth and forevermore. Okay. I lost my train, sorry. Okay, how can the employee look at Time Link and see how many days of excused personal leave days that they have taken? Can they do that?
They can see the usage.
Yep.
I think the excused aspect is being discussed,
But they can look in either Time Link self-service or GCS self-service and see what they have used. It doesn't give excuse, like you just said, it'll say, I was just out sick. It doesn't necessarily differentiate, but it does differentiate their personal leave days versus sick days.
Okay, an employee told me that they assumed when they requested a sick leave day that the supervisor, if they approved it, it was excused. Should that be from here now, henceforth and forevermore? Or is there a way to distinguish between, I'm not saying that every day somebody calls in should be approved or excused. If it's not one of those reasons and it doesn't qualify, then they should not be approved. How can you distinguish between that? How can the employee say, okay, I've got this, and I don't know if your procedure will be the same, but they apparently review it every 3 months.
Right.
I need to extend time. I have 2 more speakers. Mr. Meek, do you have a sense for how much more you have? So I can allot time properly.
2 or 3 hours I last, but no, probably a couple of minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to extend for 20 minutes without objection.
I think, Mr. Meek, we'll have to look at that because of, if we're saying if you have a doctor's note or you're out and you have a sick day to cover that and it's automatically excused, right? Then I can't foresee a situation where we would code that unexcused. But now that this has been brought to our attention, we will be looking at that There is also the complication of FMLA and what we have to track for FMLA purposes and the required documentation, which all kind of mirrors up to this. I believe, it says if you're out 5 or more consecutive days, you have to provide a doctor's note. But then we have some timelines with FMLA that all that has to be submitted. So,
Well, the reason, Lynn, that I bring is because several employees I talked with, this has caused them quite a bit of discomfort, quite a bit of worry. But, this is their job, their livelihood. One employee said, I'm a single parent, single dad. I've got 2 kids in elementary school. And here they are threatened this on days that I thought I had booked or whatever.
So I hope you will refer them to me so that I can look at those individual situations to make those corrections.
I referred them to you, or to the HR department, but the very name that was on the PowerPoint presentation was the very person they were asked to go see.
Right.
So it didn't make any sense when they're being told by their supervisor, hey, go see this person if you got any problems. This is what we're going by. They have a copy of the presentation, and so.
So if you will have them contact me.
That's why I got a call.
Right.
Yeah.
If you'll have them contact me, I will sit down and review those individual circumstances.
Okay. So we're not. So you're going to tell the supervisors after 9 days, 7 days, if you're a bus driver or whatever, that if you miss 7 days, 9 days, and you've taken sick leave for those, we're not going to start warning you and giving you letters of termination or whatever.
Well, and we also need to go back and make sure that the documentation is timely and adequate. Does that make sense?
Okay. And one other problem I would like for you to make sure when these supervisors go back, this was apparently the first time that the employee has ever heard of this policy, had ever heard. Now they've gone back for 12 months and looking at their attendance and saying, okay, you've been out, so, if you don't clean your act up, I'm going to give you a written warning or a verbal warning today. In 3 months, I'll give you written warnings. 3 months later, I'm going to terminate you.
We will also work on the communication of expectation.
Okay, I was just, as I said, I was defending the HR in the beginning, but I couldn't do that anymore. I also understand on occasion a full-time employee with a school district runs out of her accrued sick leave, wishes to be paid for a day they are out, and may ask their supervisor to go ahead and put them down for a sick leave, and when they get it accrued, they will go back and code it in correctly. Do you know if that's being done or not?
I do not know if that's being done.
Okay, I understand it's being done, and if there is, there should be a way on Time Link that somebody could keep track of that. Because if not, it's very, I don't know if they go back and do it or not. I don't know. I think, the superintendent has already assured me personally and publicly here today that these things will be corrected. So, Madam Chairman, I'd like to give up some time for the other speakers, but I would like to come back to me before we end the session.
I hear you, Mr. Meek.
Thank you.
I'll do my best.
Thank you, Lynn.
Ms. Goodman-Caldwell.
Okay, Lynn, in your PowerPoint, you said reasonable notice. What does reasonable notice mean? The employee handbook, it says an employee is expected to provide reasonable notice regarding
I think
sick leave
those
or-
are the cases where I'm going to have knee surgery and I need to arrange for a substitute. So if I know that in advance, provide that to my principal so we can work on getting a substitute. That is not, I wake up this morning with.
And I'm sick.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And also in your PowerPoint, you have covered vacations for only full-time 12-month employees. What about the hourly full-time employees?
So if they are 245-day employees in building services, they also get vacation because they're 12-month. But transportation and fans are not 12-month employees.
So they don't get
vacation.
Why is that?
That's per policy,
It's-
you have to be a 12-month employee to be entitled to vacation.
Okay, because I know that some of the food service people came to me about, not getting paid we were out for the 2 weeks during Christmas, and that was a burden on them. It's in policy that
I mean, there is, in the strategic plan, there's a line item to look at holiday pay for non-12-month employees, not vacation, but holiday pay for food service and transportation. But we don't have anything in the strategic plan about vacation for non-12-month.
Okay, so if it was holiday pay was the 2 weeks for Christmas, right?
Not the entire 2 weeks, but some of those days.
I know they only got 1 week and they were expecting 3 weeks, so that was a burden. So it's only holiday pay, not vacation pay.
So bus drivers.
Is there a reason why it's just holiday pay and not vacation?
Well, they don't get holiday pay either right now. That's just what we had to look at in the strategic
So
plan.
they get nothing,
Correct.
basically. Ooh.
If they don't work, they don't get paid.
You know, it would
We
be
need to
difficult to go
change
back
that.
and determine the reasoning, but I suspect the likely reasoning is we're talking about employee work groups. You have a list of days they work.
Yep.
All right, so like a 9-month employee works 190 days
Yeah.
out of 245 days.
Right.
Right.
A 10-month, around 200 days, and 11-month around 210 or
Right.
215,
yeah.
something like that. So I would imagine the thinking was, well, they already have considerable time off in the summer. Though they don't get vacation, they have considerable time off. And then additional time off during the time they have to be working creates absence problems for those operations. So that would be my guess as to why that was likely done originally, and this policy is extremely old. And that is very common throughout school districts, I know throughout the state, I would imagine throughout the United States. It would be rare for employees that are employed less than a 12-month period of time to receive vacation time.
So that is in policy.
Yes, ma'am. Everything related to the number of sick days, the number of personal days that may be utilized, the number of days for bereavement leave, and the number of days of vacation, all of those things are established in policy. Now, what's left open for judgment, for example, a 12-month employee that comes to us, there is flexibility to look at how many years they've worked total. It's not limited to the years with the district. We have long-standing interpretation, administrative interpretation, that Mr. Meek's question drew out earlier. For sick leave, personal leave, and those things, we have assumed a proportional leave requirement or leave benefit for less than full-time employees. Because it says full-time employees receive this. We have administrative leave for, I've been here 15 years, was that way when I got here. It's probably, Jamie may can tell us how old it is, much older than that less than full-time employees got a proportional. So if they were three-quarter time, you get three-quarter sick leave or personal leave.
But I'm talking about food service. They are full-time during the school year because they're here the whole 9 months.
Right.
And for them to be penalized, basically, for whenever we are out, they don't get paid.
No, ma'am, they don't receive pay, nor do any other hourly full-time employees that are not 12-month. So that's an issue that if this...
Have we ever thought about, instead of them being hourly, since they work the whole school year, them being salaried?
Well, by Fair Labor Standards Act, they have to be hourly. And quite honestly, we already have a problem. But we've got some people that were somewhat grandfathered in that we're paying them a salary, but they're really an hourly employee. I would hope that would be something that might also be addressed in this review of policy. But all these things, really all the questions that you're asking about would be appropriate. I think we made a note in there, it's on that slide right there. The strategic plan calls for a review of these policies. Those things would most appropriately be done in the review of that policy because those are really decisions that lie with the discretion of the board in setting their policy as opposed to our interpretation of the policy. Because the policy is pretty straightforward.
Okay. Also, I wanted to ask, I was looking at some of the administrative rules for the GBRIB, and I had some staff member had contacted me about the maternity. Now, what's the difference between the FMLA and the maternity leave? Because when she contacted the district, and she has a whole lot of sick leave, but she was only told that she could only use 30 days of that sick leave, and the rest of it would have to be unpaid.
So your doctor has to say you're unable to work for sick leave to apply.
But if
under
it's, I mean, if it's for the birth of a child or
So
the
normally,
adoption of a child.
normally a doctor's going to write you out 6 weeks unless you have a C-section, and it's 8 weeks.
Well, what
You can
about-
take additional time under FMLA, but that's unpaid.
But why can't you take it if you've got 300 days in sick leave and y'all are only allowing 30 days, and if they want to stay out the 6 weeks? I mean, this was for an adoption, and she was only told that she could only do 30 days.
Yeah, well, there's
and
a-
she had 300 days in sick leave. Why would she not be able to use some of that sick leave that she has accrued?
Again, under the current policy, there is a specific section for adoption, which would be one of those items that might need to be reviewed to look at how many days you can take.
Because, I mean, if they have the sick leave accrued and when you retire, you only get paid for 100 sick days. And if you have 300, I mean, you're just losing that other. So why should we penalize them for that if they have it in order to use it to stay out with the child? So you say we need to review it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you need to review that, but,
Yes.
now, but part of the
Yeah.
answer to that, Ms. Goodwin-Cowell, would be if they have an illness related to their pregnancy,
Right.
or the child has an illness, whether that be related to a child that's adopted or a child that born to the natural parents, so to speak, they would be eligible to take sick leave for that. They just have a limit on how much sick leave they may use for family leave. And for that to change, you all would have to change that. That's
Yeah.
not a discretionary thing. Again, if they're sick or the child's sick, then they can use those sick leave days.
Because the 30 days is only 4 weeks instead of the 6 weeks.
Right.
Is what
And
I'm
that
saying.
specific adoption, there's an adoption provision in, I don't have all that with me.
So we
In the
might need to just
FMLA.
look at that.
Yeah.
in FMLA.
Because you have your policy, then you have the Federal Medical Leave Act, which has other provisions that may or may not align directly to your policy. It may be more lenient, or it might be more restrictive.
That's why I'm asking, what's the difference between the FMLA and the
Doug probably
the
best
policy for the
Usually
maternity
FMLA
leave?
will supplement, it's going to be more employee beneficial than the policy. Policy talks about what is paid sick leave, things of that nature. FMLA, and even Americans with Disabilities Act these days sort of supplements every company's board policy or policies regarding sick leave. But they're incorporated into administrative rule here. But to answer,
that's
to
something
kind of go to your specific question is that if a doctor writes a mother out, whether it be adoption or for a birth, for 12 weeks, and there's medical documentation, they would get paid for 12 weeks. But 6 weeks is the standard that a doctor would give.
Right.
If all the doctors.
But she was told that she would have to take unpaid leave after the 30 days, and she had 300 days in
So
sick leave.
again, if you will refer her to me, for me to look at that situation, because it probably is based on the doctor's note and the adoption schedule, and there is specifics in the policy.
And by federal law, I just do
Yes.
want to clarify that FMLA, by federal law, is unpaid leave. It's unpaid.
Right.
Just make sure everybody's on the same page.
Right, that's why I was asking,
Yes,
what
it
is
is,
the difference
It's unpaid.
if she has accrued sick leave that she should be able to take, but is not allowed to take because of our policy?
And because it's not medically confirmed that it is indeed sick leave. She's eligible under FMLA, but it would not be, as it currently stands with our policy,
would not be
Be
confirmed to
paid.
be sick leave, medical leave approved.
The only other thing I would add is that currently, most bus drivers, bus aides, food service people don't qualify for FMLA because you have to work 1,250 hours in the prior 12 months. But we treat those employees like they are eligible for FMLA and manage their leave in a very similar process because we need them to come back, and we feel it's fair just because they're in a 9-month job to treat them equitably under leave administration.
Okay. Thank you, Lynn.
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Just a couple of clarifying questions. So, Doug, could you repeat for me? So every department has a different personnel manual, or they're just
Let me clarify
using?
and-
Okay.
and affirm. What I did years ago was create a core template, for lack of a better term, that had common information, board policy summaries, things that are very relevant. And there's a little
Okay.
summary at the beginning that says, can't capture everything that's possibly in board policy, but here are some of the most highlighted relevant policies for your benefit.
Okay.
And so that's all within the template. And then, as we mentioned, departments consistent with that information can build off of it for its processes. But again, it's one of those things that we need to go back to the table and review and
Okay.
make sure that those other department schools are consistent with that common information.
And when you say departments, you mean like all of the elementary schools use a similar, or Augusta Circle may have a different handbook than Sarah Collins does?
Augusta Circle could have a handbook that is slightly different than other elementary schools, for example. But again, and specific to that school, just operationally.
Okay.
But again, it must all meet the board policies and administrative rules, and be consistent with those.
So you're saying what you guys would like to do is go back now and look at all of those to make sure that they haven't evolved into something that's different
That's
than
beyond
board
what they should
policy,
be.
or reinterpreted board policy in a way that isn't consistent.
Correct.
But it's your intention that it would be consistently interpreted across multiple departments so that fans would have a similar policy to transportation or
Yes,
whatever.
they would all have policies that would have to adhere to board policy and administrative rule. Obviously, every department could be a little different in process, what they do, how they do it, as far as, if one policy is driving or using vehicles, district vehicles
Right.
versus another one, that they could have that information within that employee handbook.
Okay.
So it could be specific to that policy, that department, but again, everything must be consistent with board policy and administrative rule.
Okay.
Because I think one thing, a little bit of a misnomer, because when we're talking about handbooks, some cases we're talking about departmental operating instructions, we're talking about procedural guides. The personnel, you use the term personnel handbook, the personnel section of that needs to be absolutely consistent across all of them. They will all have unique procedures that have only to do with their particular school or their department. I mean, you heard a bunch of them this morning in the ETS thing. None of that would, hardly any of that would need to be in another department's manual, so that the procedural side is done appropriately to that department. Again, and we've had a lot of information this morning, going back to at one point, all of those manuals or DOIs went to one location, went to the Office of the Deputy Superintendent initially, years ago when we started doing that. We moved away from that. We're going back to that. So there is somebody outside that department that looks at all of them, no matter whether it's procedural or it's employment handbook items. But the employee personnel handbook items need to be, it's the same in Augusta Circles as in ETSs, as in food services, as in Malden High Schools.
Okay, thank you. I know this is a lot today, and there's a lot of questions, and I do wonder if perhaps the chairman would consider at some point in the future maybe having some board members put together a work group that could look at both our board policies but also our strategic plan, which now has specifically lined up some review of this. So not looking for action here, but just as a recommendation. That's all I have. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, I appreciate, Mr. Meek, your description this morning. It was helpful to me because I am very surprised to understand, I think I'm understanding it correctly, that some people have felt that they may be punished for taking something we've given them by policy when they're sick. So I appreciate, and I hear you further saying that Dr. Royster has understood and quickly agreed to remedy that in this district. So that, thank you for your attentiveness to that. As just a question, I'm a little bit confused adding the comment, Ms. Gibbs, when you said sick leave and a lot of what is contained in sick leave falls under family medical leave. So I had always understood those to be kind of separate. You either are qualifying for one or the other. But then when Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell asked her question and you made that statement, help me understand if there is sort of a separate application that you would do for one versus the other.
No, now if you're out for less than 5 days and then what you're out for doesn't qualify under FMLA, then that's a separate issue. So I'm out 3 times this year and I have a day here, a day there. That is not family medical leave. If it is intermittent, for example, cancer treatment, that is one where I'm going to have to miss a particular day every week or I don't really know, that comes under intermittent FMLA. And by law, those absences are protected. You can't hurt an employee for those absences in any way with their job. And so that's where our leave policy kind of overlays to FMLA, and they have to work together so that we get those leave requests in one place, and then we either approve the leave as covered under FMLA or it doesn't need to be FMLA. But we have, really I have 1.75 leave administrators because we have about 250 to 275 people a day on leave for extended periods of time.
But could you request, in the example you gave, an FMLA day and a sick leave day in the same week for
You
that same
could,
treatment?
yeah, you
Okay.
could.
So really, it's an extension
Right.
of unpaid and paid
Right.
sick leave.
And
in a way.
most people, if you're under FMLA and you have paid leave, you're going to use your paid leave.
Right. And the other thing, to Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell's question, it sounds like we would be treating any mom the same way, not just one who is adopting a child, in that, we kept speaking of the fact that this was about an adoption, but I would imagine that with any mother and child situation, there's a certain amount of time you can take, and then beyond that, you have to demonstrate that someone is ill.
Yes, but
Okay.
I don't have that in front of me, but there is a specific section in our policy about adoption.
Right,
Okay.
not to
Right.
say that it's
Right.
different than any mom and child. Okay, because I would imagine that once you've taken the amount you can take just for leave as a parent, then after that, you'd have to demonstrate.
Yes, there was some
sickness.
medical
Either way.
necessity. And we have people with both parents working for us, and you have to work through which parent's going to be off for what part of that leave, et cetera.
Okay, the last thing I wanted to mention is over time, I can remember sitting in this boardroom and having conversations about abuses to sick leave policy that looked like certain teachers taking off every Friday, for example. And we talked about carrots and sticks and various ways of handling that. How do we, what systems do we have in place that if, for example, an employee always maxed out every form of leave every year, and that was really causing an instructional burden on their classrooms, or somebody's out every Friday and Monday or whatever? So that we, because I agree wholeheartedly that if someone is sick, they should not be punished for that, unless we want to change the policy based on how much extra time they get during the year for other things, and we wanted to say, well, that's too much. But whatever the policy is what should be followed. However, I want you to take an opportunity to say, of course, there are abuses in the system. What do we do about that?
Can I go?
That's my only question. So if
Okay.
she can answer it, that's the end
So,
of mine.
I'll extend for 6 minutes. That gets us to 12:15.
So by board policy, it says if there's suspicion that you're abusing the policy or taking advantage, you can request doctor's notes for those absences. So we have, I think, in the zeal of my department to try to help managers who struggle with people who do take advantage of the system. And if you have 10,000 employees, I hate to say, I think most people come to work, want to do a good job, but there's a small percentage who are going to abuse and take advantage of the system to perhaps be absent on inconvenient days and not give notice. So I think what we tried to do was create some guidelines so that if you're aiming for this average of 96%, how can we deal with people who are below that average? And then what do we do about those abusers of the system? So we principals consistently will sit down with employees as part of their year-end conference, and they may look at their pattern of attendance and say, this year you were at 94%, that's below our average, let's set a goal for next year. I noticed 3 of these absences were on Friday or Monday, so can we talk about that? So they can have conversations about that, and I think that's how we currently do it. If you, we have situations where people take Fridays and Mondays and unfortunately post on social media they're at the beach or whatever, and we try to address those as, are you really using a sick day or should that have been a personal day? I think when I asked Adam James yesterday about this communication and patterns, he has that trouble in transportation with Friday and Monday absences and struggles with how do you deal with that. So I think it's still an issue that we have tried to address, try to help managers talk to employees that you appear that to be the pattern. I will tell you our subsystem is always higher on Fridays in terms of absences.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. I just wanted to make the point that those should be handled differently and distinctly. A practice that you think is an abuse is something different than a policy that everybody is given a right to expect and assume due to behaving appropriately. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ball O'Connor. I'm going to give Mr. Meek the last word, so I'm going to take a couple before I give him the last word on this topic. I am glad that this is going to be looked at in the strategic ed plan. I think, personally, I didn't look it up to see what the specific language said, but I think there's a lot more to talk about here. Just the fact that we have sick leave the way we do is really not in line with what happens in corporate America today. And it does become one of those things, if we're talking about teacher retention and how we can make that better, we need to be thinking about, do we tell people you get this benefit when you're sick and you don't come in, or do we say we're going to give you some benefits that you can take advantage of, you up the personal leave days and it's PTO, it's paid time off, and move away from this kind of, well, you have days, but they're only when you're sick, so you really don't have them. So I would look forward to looking at that collectively and moving us forward, and would be very supportive of changing these policies to align to something that fits in today's world and potentially gets to teacher retention issues by giving them more time off when they're well and show up every day. So that was my point. And Mr. Meek, I'm going to let you have the last word on this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You took a little bit of the thunder, but I think what Dr. Royster said and what Derek said and what you said, what I'm thinking is that we do need to have some type of group to get together to discuss this a little further. And going through the policy, I thought it was clear, but apparently it was not clear to everyone. As I said, I do think some employees got some little overzealous and went out on their own. I know that they have problem in transportation and busing because I hear about it all the time, and especially when he is out driving the bus, I'll hear about it. But we need more employees. We need more employees that come to work, and so I'm not opposed to some type of guidance, I guess, but I think the employees need to know it up front. They don't need to be sitting here and come in and get surprised with this and then held accountable for something that they know nothing about. You know, a couple of employees, one been here for 35 years. This is the first he had ever heard of it. Another who'd been here 20 years who got a verbal warning. It's first he had ever heard of it. Some other people who were out and seen this. So I think the interpretation we've all agreed has been wrong. So all I'm saying is, Madam Chairman, I think we need to look at it in conjunction and with the administration to maybe our policy needs a little tweaking or a whole lot of tweaking. That's something we need to look at.
Fully agree. Thank you, Mr. Meek.
Thank you.
We are behind schedule, but lunch is here. We're going to take a break and come back at 12:45. And
Madam Chairman, before you break.
Mr. Sailors.
2 points, if I could, please. Number one.
Is your mic on?
Yes. Did you turn the volume down? Okay. To Mr. Meek's point, as well as several others, we'll work to assemble a group to start this discussion, understanding that it's of significant interest to all of us. Secondly, from this morning's meeting, Dr. Royster has sent each of us an email of a point of clarification that each of you need to review as we're on during break or before break. And if you've got any questions before he has to leave the building, he's would like to just field those questions if you are inclined to before he departs. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Sailors.
not gonna leave for you.
All right, well, in that vein then, I'm going to, before I give us that break, I'm going to move us on to the next item 2.06 because I did not realize we had a Langston representative here. So I want to be considerate of your time because I believe this will be an item we can take care of fairly quickly. So item 2.06 is the renewal of the charter application for Langston Charter Middle School. We have a recommended motion from the administration to approve the renewal of the charter contract for Langston Charter Middle School. Do I have a maker? Mr. Lewis.
Madam Chairman, I make the motion to approve the renewal of the charter contract for Langston Charter Middle School.
I have a motion and a second. We had two documents, the charter renewal document and their 2018 annual report attached in board docs. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Lewis and then Ms. LaVentus-Wells.
Just really quickly, I just think so much of what Langston is doing, and it's really exciting, the work that is happening at Langston, and that it can be a part of our district and do such incredible work is really a testament to what charter schools can do within a school district. So I appreciate you and what you and your staff are doing. Thank you.
Ms. LaVentus-Wells.
Mr. Lewis said exactly my thoughts. I cannot say enough about Langston. And thank you for all you're doing for these young people. Thank you for what you're doing for our community, and thank you for working well with our district. Thank you.
Okay, well, if there are no other comments, the motion on the floor is to approve the renewal of the charter contract for Langston Charter Middle School. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. We were going to take a break, and we will come back at 12:45.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Done at least a portion of their lunch. We are going to get right back into our work. We have item 2.07, which is the Advocacy Committee letter regarding disbanding the South Carolina Education Oversight Committee. Mr. Lewis, as the chairman of that committee, would you like to talk about this item for us?
Thanks, Madam Chairman. So in the past, the board has passed two resolutions, one asking the General Assembly to disband the Education Oversight Committee, one in support of our DACA students. And so what we have are now two bills have been filed in the General Assembly that address both of those recommendations. So we're going to take them separately, but just so you can see how we've gotten to here. So what we are hoping for is action that would allow the chair to write this letter of support in support of language we've already approved in a resolution. And so we're just basically resending that information in support of a specific bill. So the first one is the bill to disband the Education Oversight Committee, and that letter, I believe, was sent to you earlier this week. A couple of things I'll bring to your attention. One is there are companion bills. There is House Bill 3255, which Representative Willis from our legislative delegation is one of the members that sponsored that bill, and Senate Bill 242, which Mike Fanning sponsored. And so it calls for the disbanding of the EOC, and so we've written a letter in support of that. I don't think we really need to go into all the reasons. The board hashed all that out when we supported the resolution. I will say that this has become significantly more important now because of yesterday, where the elected state superintendent of education brought recommended changes to the report card, and the EOC dismissed all of her recommended changes and said you're going to have to wait 3 years before we're going to do any changes. So we again have this huge conflict between a person who is elected by the people of South Carolina to make decisions and a group of unelected people who have more authority on education policy than that individual does. And so for us, it's not a personal thing. It's about clarifying that elected individuals should be the ones who really are the ones who make decisions in our state. So that letter's here, and our recommended motion from the Advocacy Committee is that we would send this to, that the chair would send this on behalf of the board.
Mr. Lewis, let me clarify, because this doesn't read that it's a recommended motion from the committee. Did the Advocacy Committee take action, and this is a recommended motion from the committee?
The Advocacy Committee took action to have these letters drafted and to send them, but the Advocacy Committee did not review these letters as they were drafted. So we wrote it as and we wrote the letters.
Okay, so we have a motion that you're recommending,
that's
and we
correct.
need a maker of this motion.
That's right. So my motion for this specific item would be to direct the chair to write this letter that we've attached in support of disbanding the EOC.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or any questions about the letter or the contents of the motion? Mr. Meek?
My only concern, I guess, Madam Chairman, is that I hope we're just not turning our wheels again and again and again, because I understand that Representative Lucas was delivering a letter to the EOC today, not allow, like for the grading system to go again, and so I'm not sure that who will be favorable towards our letter at this time because of that and probably some other feelings. But I don't disagree that the board shouldn't take some action and go ahead and do that. I'm just not sure how much it's going to help.
Thank you. Mr. Sailors?
A good point from Mr. Meek, and the action that the speaker took against, literally, the EOC's recommended action for the grading system was seen by a lot of folks as an action against the EOC. Correct me if I'm wrong, Julie, but it was essentially seen as the speaker trying to exert influence over stopping a process. And it seems that the level of support for EOC is waning a little bit, because in the new bill it calls for a 0 to 20 committee with an education czar, which means that if it were to pass, South Carolina would have 3 educational oversight bodies, and that would be beyond obnoxious. So the question goes down to the department, or the State Board of Education is going to remain standing regardless of what happens. So then it comes back to, well, then what's going to happen if this new committee is established? Who's going to have more influence, this 0 to 20 committee or the EOC? And so I'll do whatever the will of the board is, but I think, quite frankly, this one is nothing but a reaffirmation of a position we've already taken. So yeah, it might be falling on some deaf ears, but it still keeps our position in front of the conversation. And there are other school districts that feel the same way that we do. And so if it helps comfort with anyone, we're not the only ones that are taking such a position, if that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. Is there anyone else? Okay. So as I understand it, one of the reasons that this was brought a little differently than we've done some of the previous advocacy committee letters and positions is just to allow for any wordsmithing or Scrivener type changes that need to be made to the letter by the chairman. But the substance of the letter is what's included here. Is that correct, Mr. Lewis?
And I'm correct. It is essentially a recurrence of what we've already done before, right?
Those are both correct, yes.
Yeah.
That our hope was not to approve the exact words that are on this piece of paper so that we don't need to wordsmith it. If people have specific words that need to be edited, the chair would have the flexibility to revise this letter. This was just to provide an outline of a position. Almost all of this is already in our resolution that we already passed.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So if there are no other questions or comments on this item, the motion on the floor is to direct the board chair to write a letter as attached in support of House Bill 3255 and Senate Bill 242. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Moving to item 2.08, we have an advocacy committee letter regarding House Bill 3404. Mr. Lewis, you teed this up a little bit, but Ms. Grayson, I think you want to speak to this further for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, last February, I believe, we adopted a resolution in support of allowing children who are in a narrow band of having arrived before 2012 and being under the age of 16 and being in school and having and who go through background checks, who pay $500 every 2 years, who go through the process of being fingerprinted and approved, that they, as long as they are lawfully present in South Carolina, they should be allowed to obtain state occupational licensing, which was prohibited in a law that was signed by the governor in 2008. And South Carolina is one of I think 3 states that has that state law, which is more onerous than any federal immigration policy. And the basis for that, just as a reminder, is that we've been working with the chamber here in Greenville and across the state. We've got unfilled jobs. We've got kids that can fill those jobs. We're required under federal law to educate them K through 12, and so we're investing all this money, and then they can't get licensed to do the jobs to contribute to the tax base. So that's the backstory. In December, Representative Neil Collins pre-filed a bill that goes further than our resolution that we passed last February, in that it includes in-state tuition and access to lottery scholarship money for these kids. So it's a 3-pronged bill. It addresses the issue that we raised in our resolution, and it's the only bill out there that addresses the issue that was raised in our resolution. And in talking with Neil and Jason Elliott, who's also on the Judiciary Committee, which is where this bill is currently being addressed. You know, when Neil came to speak to our advocacy committee meeting a couple of years ago, we talked about bifurcating, because there are going to be people that are in favor of the occupational licensing piece that may or may not be in favor of in-state tuition or scholarships. And Neil's thinking on it is he chose to put it all together, thinking that it has to start somewhere. He's got 18 co-sponsors, 11 of whom are already on the Judiciary Committee. Unlike last year, he has bipartisan support for the bill. And the thinking in conversations that I've had with the legislators is it may be amended, but we need to get it out of judiciary. So that's where it is right now. It's come a lot further than it was last year. It's the only legislation that addresses the occupational licensing issue. And so we, the Advocacy Committee, drafted a letter for Chuck's signature addressing the occupational licensing piece and urging the delegation to support the bill because it supports what we wrote. But I do need the board to be aware that it does go further. And the thinking is we have to start somewhere, and if you ask for the moon, you might get something. So that's the backstory behind the people that drafted the legislation and where it is right now. So I would move to direct the chair to write a letter as he deems appropriate. And the reason we put the drafts on board docs is so the board could see the backstory and the reasoning and not just be notified that the chair was sending out a letter in accordance with a past resolution.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Grayson. Are there any questions or comments on the?
You need a second in the motion.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Second.
I forgot. Yeah. Okay. Roy seconded it. Okay. So are there any questions or comments on the motion? Okay. I'm going to offer one to the point that you made, Ms. Grayson. The resolution that we passed, when we had the discussion about it, we specifically stuck to the part that was connected to K-12, which is we want to be sure, we want legislation that supports allowing licensing for students that we have already educated who are willing and ready to take on those jobs. So I'm comfortable saying that the chair can write a letter in that vein, supporting that sort of legislation, but not supporting the whole of the bill that's on the floor, which gets into the higher ed tuition scholarship issue. So I don't, I'm trying to figure out if, I don't know that I can make, I can't make a motion as a chairman, but I think I would maybe like to hear from the chairman about how he might, since you're directed to write the letter, because the letter says we want to support that bill. And I'm just saying, I don't really want to say that I support the bill wholly and fully because I don't really want to get into something that's going to affect higher ed and lottery scholarships that are already limited. I just want to make sure our kids can be licensed. So,
if I may,
Mr. Chairman.
I understand your point of view and that of the committee as well, in the fact that because of the fact that this is a shortened session and ends in May versus, so it's what is it, Julie, 5 weeks shorter than last year? We don't have the luxury of wordsmithing a lot of things, but I do understand and respect the point of view that you're bringing. I would ask for the board's patience in letting me put together a letter with, and I'll seek your input as we go through on a couple of pieces. But I think there's a way to write it that says that we're taking the position we have in the past with the occupational credentials for the students, while still touching on the balance of the bill in a respectful manner, if that makes sense. I think we can do that. And make it very clear that our position as a body in the past has been X. And oh, by the way, while we're discussing this, we'd like to also at least say whatever about Y, the other part of the bill. There are other districts that are taking similar positions in the state where they believe that Representative Collins' legislation, because it is the only one there, unlike other education bills, that's a mishmash. This one kind of stands alone on this particular topic. So it's not like we can support this one and not support that one and vice versa. Madam Chairman, this may not be exactly what you're looking for as a response, but considering where we are right now today in this conversation, and realizing for all practical purposes that time is not our friend, I would just ask for the opportunity to draft something, and then I don't want the board to write it by committee, but I also want to be respectful that those of you that have got concerns that want to see a copy of it before it goes out and offer some input, then I would be willing to do that.
Okay. Well, I've got a couple of people I'll hear from. Dr. O'Connor?
Yes, I think that sounds like an excellent way to, for my opinion, what Mr. Saylors said. If that's the only way that the part we have endorsed might get addressed this year, it makes sense that we have to address it in that context or not at all. But I think that just to reiterate how much we support our students' ability to continue to be successful with the education we've provided is where the sweet spot is, because whether they are going on to have the opportunity to be further educated or to work, we don't just care about their success in one arena, but all arenas for their next step with the hard work they have undertaken with us and all of the opportunities we've provided. We want them to be able to fully access every opportunity as a result of their furthered education, to be able to be contributing members and successful members of society going forward. So I think you can manage it the way Mr. Saylors mentioned, and I don't have any problem supporting these students with whatever barriers they have to being successful that relate to their education. I understand your position, Ms. Wells, but I was not one of those who cared one way or the other about limiting it, because it seems to me, whether it's higher ed or work, we're still wanting to support them. And I can remember the earliest meeting I attended with the Hispanic student leadership at Carolina, and the stories they told and how overwhelming it was. I don't think there was a dry eye in the room when these students were talking about the fact that many of them are working full-time jobs and successfully trying to complete high school, and are the only members of their families who have the hope of going on to further education after this because of what they've gained here. And then the conversation was about all the surrounding states, and I believe North Carolina was one in particular. There was a gentleman representing that and saying, you know, in our state, we waive, I mean, we allow them to enjoy the benefits of in-state tuition, but in your state, you're one of the few who do not do that. And that was, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago that we had that first meeting at Carolina. So this is such an urgent issue for those students, and yet years go by without action. So I just like to see us be in the position of trying to be as active as we can in helping address the issue, rather than thinking that a few more years can go by and makes all the difference between the ability to thrive or just survive. So thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you, Dr. Ball O'Connor. Mr. Chamley. Can you come up to your microphone?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I would agree with everything Dr. Ball O'Connor said. I would like to just point out that basically you have 3 things here, and there are 3 levels of importance, in my opinion, at least. First of all, with respect to lottery funds, I really don't care personally. I'm not a fan of lotteries to begin with, and so I really don't care that much. If you've put money into the lottery and you happen to be able to get a better rate for your tuition, that's one thing. But I don't think we should make the mistake of overemphasizing something that is not important at the expense of something that is pretty critically important. Secondly, with respect to in-state tuition, I think what Dr. O'Connor said is perfectly correct. Most of those kids, if not all of them, grew up with parents who were paying taxes and all the same things that you and I and everybody else does. So I don't have a problem with that and support it. Again, I think, though, the number one issue that is reflected in this policy and in this letter is take away the prohibition against getting certified to do work that you have studied for and for which this county has paid, or the school board has paid $150,000 to get you there. It makes no sense to educate you, spend that much money, and then say, oh, but you can't do what we told you, what we educated you to do. So I think that would be the heart of the message from my perspective. The others could be more like, yes, we agree with those, but they're not as directly associated with the school board. So that would be my only input on the subject.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. Anyone else?
Well, if I could add one piece, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Linda.
I think I like the direction we're going. I also think maybe Ms. Horton could help to add a couple of words of wisdom as far as writing it up and finding out other things that are going on at the House and with our representatives. So I would just ask that she be involved in this process, because I think she knows a lot of what's already happening and that could word it properly, exactly like the direction you were talking about, Mr. Sailors. Thank you.
Well, and if I could, Madam Chairman, I think I'd like to be given the flexibility also to place a personal story in the letter, in the fact that I have a dreamer living in my house right now. So I know firsthand what this child has gone through.
Okay. Ms. Grayson, and then Ms. Gibbon-Call on.
I was just going to point out that in the letter, I did try to stay in our lane as far as occupational licensing, and the only sentence that I see an issue with is the very last one that says we urge the Greenville delegation to address the workforce development issue by supporting 3404 and S 431. And what I tried to do by focusing on, and also I might suggest that we attach a copy of the EOC resolution so that it becomes perfectly clear what we voted on, because it was a year ago and they're not going to remember. So strategically that might be important. But I would like to point out to the board that for the first time within a year of passing two separate resolutions, we have legislation coming out in support of both of them, which is a major deal for this board. It's a huge win for the district. And just as a relationship matter, when you have legislators who have filed bills calling for your support with your delegation because they're doing something you asked them to do, then I think it's important for us to support their legislation. We can't write it for them. We can address the concerns, and I have addressed them with Neil. Neil, you're asking for the moon here. You're asking for three things. You've got some low-hanging fruit. Have you thought about bifurcating? And he chose not to do that. But again, we can't draft it for them, just like we can't draft a letter for the board chair. But we can, I think, and I'm agreeing with you as well, work it in a way where we can support the people who are doing what we ask them to do without without agreeing with the way they say it.
Yeah, and Ms. Grayson, to your point, when I read the letter, the one thing I would consider striking is just that by supporting those specific bills, everything else works. So, but okay. Anyone else? Oh, Ms. Goodman-Call on. See, I didn't get to eat enough of my lunch, so I'm just.
She did. I'm in support of this also. You want to do it? It's going to take a minute.
I'm going to extend for 5 minutes because Mr. Sutherland wants to speak also.
Oh, okay. I'm also in support of us supporting this bill, because I personally know some dreamers also that not only get our look at our certifications and our professional licenses, but I know a lot of dreamers that are honor students that need to be in college. So I don't think that we should stop at these occupational license and stuff. They should be able to go to college, because we have a lot of them that can be those nurses and those doctors that we need in this state. So I support Chuck writing it the way that he see fit, but I like that we are looking at post-secondary also. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else need to speak?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as I understand, I think somebody else is going to have to start over. Mr. Sutter.
Here I am.
Mr. Sudduth, would you like to speak?
Thanks for noticing.
Would you like to speak?
Just a clarification. We're just asking here the board chair to write a letter. The letter that's up there, who wrote that?
Me?
All right, so what we're just doing now is
Slight
asking
modification.
our chairman to write a letter in support of these two bills. How inclusive are these two bills? I don't know.
Well, Ms. Grayson, would you like to address?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you asking, are they the same?
I'm asking just how extensive are they? We've touched on it briefly.
Okay.
There's a lot of things
Yeah.
involved in these two bills.
Right.
And
Okay.
I don't want us to get involved in politics.
Right, and I completely agree with you there. So the name of the bill is the College Access and Workforce Development Act. Okay? There are three prongs to it. The first is in-state tuition rates. The second is merit-based scholarships, and the third is professional and occupational licensing, which is the 40 jobs that are mentioned in the letter that they can't get now by South Carolina law. Now, these limited to this narrow band of kids who are lawfully present in South Carolina.
Okay, so.
Does that make sense?
So I'll just wait and see what the chairman writes.
Okay,
Because the only thing we're voting on right now is for the chairman to write a letter.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, now, Mr. Sudduth, Mr. Webb, we might have to have you weigh in on this. My understanding, the intent of the motion that was made by the committee members, the advocacy committee members, was to allow the chairman to write a letter which he would send without further approval. So, right? So what I hear you saying is you want to see the final letter to give approval.
The recommended motion from the advocacy committee was to direct the board chair to write a letter in support of these two bills.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm voting on.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I
I'm
just
voting
want.
on a letter to give to our chairman, and then they'll give that back to us so that we can vote on it.
No. The vote.
So,
now.
Well, that's what I would vote on. If that's not it, then I'll vote no.
And I'm in agreement with you that we're it seems like we're in this little gray area in the margins. I think that what the committee was trying to do was be expedient with our time in saying, okay, let's just tell the chairman to write the letter and not get into all of us trying to wordsmith a letter that's appropriate. The problem with that is if we can't see the letter, we've given him authority to say whatever he wants to say. So, are we, Amir, Doug, can you weigh in? Are we okay on, is that okay?
I do think there needs to be a common understanding of what is intended by the motion. And to write in this context, I believe the intent is to write and send on behalf of the
Right.
board. Now, it's my understanding, and maybe Mr. Sailors would like to weigh in on this, is that I believe he would send it around or to ask just to look at it, but then send it around. I don't think the intent is to have a
vote on
second another
Right.
motion down the
Right.
road to approve a final version.
It comes down to this, if I may, Madam Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Sailors.
The board is asking me in approving this motion, is asking me as board chair to write a letter on your behalf toward a common direction, okay? I do take great exception to the belief that I cannot be trusted to write a letter on our collective behalf that can get a message across without it being approved. You either trust me or you don't.
Mr. Sailors?
Thank you.
With all due respect, I don't believe that's what Mr. Sudduth said or what I said. So, okay. Mr. Sudduth, did you have anything further?
No,
Are
ma'am,
you
I don't.
clear? Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis?
Just just to clarify, Mr. Settis, since this came out of the advocacy committee, the reason that we're doing it this way is because we did not have time in the advocacy committee to write the letter because we had shortened that meeting so that we could have those second meetings afterwards. So as a way to just expedite the process and make sure that we're not waiting until April to send a letter after the bills are already sitting in the committee, what we said was we'll write an outline of the general consensus the board already has, which is the letter that you see here. Almost all of this is from a resolution that the board's already passed. So just in the interest of time, although it's ironic today, we just wrote an outline and said we'd like to give this to the chair, and we'd like the chair to write a letter on our behalf that generally says this. Understanding that individual board members have different ideas of what it should say, and I've heard Mr. Saylor say he's going to work with each individual to make sure that their individual thoughts are there. But there isn't enough time, I don't think, for the advocacy committee to have written another letter, get it approved, and then send it back to the board. So that's why it was written this way. So I apologize if it wasn't clear, and we won't do it this way again if it's causing a problem. We just wanted to make sure that we had an outline of the bullets, and that the chair then had the opportunity to kind of flesh this out in his own words that would reflect positions we've already taken on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Dr. O'Connor? Now, I did not extend time, so is there anyone other than Dr. O'Connor that wants to speak to this? Okay, so 5 minutes before we vote on it.
I just think that we should separate the idea that there are a couple of board members who may conceptually not want to go this far, and the rest of us do. So I don't think that we can necessarily expect that every person will get everything they want out of this letter. But I also didn't hear, as far as just for my perspective on this, I think we're all very confident in your ability to communicate what we want to do. It's just that doesn't mean we're all comfortable with where this says we're going. And there's a difference, and we can express that through our vote today. But I just really like the fact that when you said the title of the legislation, we are always talking about being college and career ready. And this pushes us to a college and career ready interest rather than just a career ready interest, and that's what I really like about it. Yep. So even if we don't want to name the legislation, we can name the intent and accomplish a lot with that. So I think there's a lot of good work and good discussion, and just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. Any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No. The motion passes. That brings me to the end of the administrative portion of the agenda, and I will turn it back over to Mr. Saylors.
And you can finish your lunch now.
Now I can eat my lunch.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Wells. Our next item on the agenda is the instruction portion of today's meeting, which will be chaired by Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 3.01 is the innovative courses approvals, and there is a recommended motion from the administration. Dr. Geary?
This time, I think.
Or Mr. McCoy?
Here, this is yours right
Ms.
there.
McCoy?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's all right. So you have before you, Ms. Wells alluded to this earlier, in continuing with what the State Department passed last year with the honors rubric framework, we are continuing to review the courses that we are looking to create honors level courses for. So the majority of these you have at your list are for the honors level courses that we've applied to the framework. For those of you who may wonder about the 2 CP classes, the state does not allow you to create an honors course unless you have a CP course. And so in 2 of those cases, we had to create both the honors and the CP work, even though we probably won't offer the CP level necessarily at that location. We have to have both in place in the catalog for the State Department. So you can see there's a variety of these. The framework, I realize, is hefty. We created links to you if you want to read those hundreds of pages out there, but the short version of the course is on the spreadsheet for you to review.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. So the recommended motion from the administration is to approve these local board courses. And just for the record, I'll read them out Genetics Honors, Instrumental Music Band 1 Honors, Instrumental 2 Band Honors, Theater 1 Honors, Theater 2 Honors, Theater Foundation Honors, Orchestra 1 Honors, Advanced Topic Theater 1 Honors, Advanced Topics Theater 2 Honors, Project Lead the Way Computer Principal Honors. And then in addition to that, the 3 innovative courses are Advanced Topic Theater 2 CP, Advanced Topic Theater 1 CP, and Banking Services. So the recommended motion from the administration is to approve these local board courses. Can we get a motion?
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we approve the courses as presented.
We have a motion from Mr. Sailors and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell?
Jeff, are all of these courses going to be offered in all of the, is this just high school or is this middle and high school?
In some cases, some of these could be offered in middle and 8th grade. For the arts classes, Mr. Wingate doesn't recommend going down to the 7th grade for the honors level, or for really the high school credit period, whether it's CP in the arts ones. But 8th grade, some of the if they chose, some of the orchestras and those things could be offered in the 8th grade.
So they'll be available for all of the high schools?
So the 5, there are several in here that are at the Fine Arts Center. So right now, the Fine Arts Center has put those courses in. Because the Fine Arts Center, the way those teachers are certified, they have completely separate course numbers because they're technically not certified under normal circumstances. They have to use a whole different set of course codes. So those courses are just, that you listed here, are just for the Fine Arts Center. However, if a high school said, we'd really like to look at that Advanced Topics in Theater 2, they could do that. We just have to create new course codes for the high schools.
Okay, so this is really only for the Fine Arts Center?
The Advanced Topics Theater 2, Advanced Topics CP, Advanced Topics in Theater Honors and CP, and the Theater Foundations Honors are just the fine arts ones.
So where are the others?
All the others would be in the catalog for any school to be able to offer.
Okay. So you're saying if the schools want to offer it, then they can?
Yeah,
they will be able to?
Yes, occasionally they'll look at the fine arts catalog and say, can we offer this course? And they can. We just have to create new course codes for the regular high schools to use it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell. Ms. Wells? You okay?
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Jeff, just to help me, I reviewed a couple of these, so I think I have a sense of what the honors looks like when you're in your first year of band, for instance. But can you kind of walk through how we're going to sort of make sure we keep the integrity of an honors level versus not, given that all those kids are going to be in the class together at all different levels?
Yeah, so that, and a lot of times that's not much different from what we have currently, because I talked to Brad about that earlier. Right now, typically we have, in a band class, let's say you have band 1, 2, 3, 4, you could have all those levels in there as well. So really with the honors, it's not much different from what they've been doing other than they have to create, different assignments is going to be in there. And in that honors framework, they may not have had all the assignments listed because we've never offered it obviously before. One of the things we have to do with this, for the State Department, is we have to actually go back after this first year of offering, and we actually have to add the artifacts back into the framework so that the state, when they come and audit, can look and see the difference of work between CP and the honors level courses. So in most of those, the ones I've looked at with Brad, it's just a deeper level for the honors, and a lot of times it involves more assignments for the honors kids.
Yeah. So I guess in particular on the band, I think that they talked about all the different things that you would have to participate in beyond class.
Correct.
Right? So basically you're going to have to go audition for All-State, all those pieces.
Correct.
So there's no concern about kind of a disparity in, kids not having transportation, so they're not able to participate?
We've worked those out before. We've always worked out, I would say, in the bands, as much from what I understand from the high school principals, worked that out with kids, because we have kids even in non-honors that want to apply for some of those things that don't have the transportation. So as much as possible, we try to, if it's a group of kids, we provide some sort of transportation for them if we can throughout that.
So what happens if they don't participate? I mean, do we have a mechanism, so they've signed up and registered to take an honors level theater or music band, and it has those extra requirements that you need to participate. Will we halfway through the year or at the end of the year say, okay, hold on, you didn't really meet that criteria, so we're going to bump you back to CP? Or are we, how are we going to handle that?
We really try to avoid doing that. Technically, the state would allow us to do that. Technically, the state allows you, if you wanted to, the kids could all enroll technically in CP, and then if they're meeting an honors rubric framework, then at the end of the year, you could award that credit. The problem with that is, throughout the year, as you're calculating GPAs for certain reasons, of course, the GPA calculations would be different for a CP than an honors class. The other issue now with the current UGP is that if you put a child in CP level, an honors class, first semester report card comes along, gets stored, second report card comes stored, then you get to the third one and you bump them back, that doesn't mesh on the transcript anymore as far as what they took. So we really try to avoid doing that as much as possible. However, I will say that's one thing we've looked at with this, because this is very different from a normal class.
Right.
And the honors framework, the rubric has some of those things you point out. That honors state rubric has some of those things in it that says kids have to be able to do it. So that's been a little bit more of a conversation about, do you give the student a certain grade for not completing it? But again, we would not want to hold that against them if they have barriers to getting there as well.
Right. Okay. So I guess I'd be interested, since you're going to have to look at artifacts at the end of the year and kind of evaluate what this looks like. A year in, after we've gone through this, I'd like to have you guys present back to the board and kind of talk us through what this looks like.
Absolutely, and we've talked about the fact that we're going to have to, after that first year, reevaluate, particularly the arts classes. We don't have much concerns about the core classes, the non-arts classes, but the framework from the state has some things in it that, initially we had some concerns about too, equity, ultimately. Right. But we went ahead and felt like we needed to get it in place versus trying to work everything out, because I'm not sure we can ever do that. But to your point, we'll go back in May, and it'll be next year.
Right.
Go back and look and see what kids were able to participate in.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Dr. Ball O'Connor.
Thank you. Ms. Wells asked maybe the question, but just from a slightly different angle on band. How many regular band students would you imagine seeing once we've offered band honors?
You mean how many the regular band would want to do the honors level?
No, how many wouldn't sign up for the honors level band?
Well, that's a good question. We don't know that yet.
So, I'm curious about whether or not we're just replacing band with honors band, or if there really is going to be a discernible difference. And if so, I would imagine, staffing would be very different looking. Right now, if I picture Adam Scheich out there with a marching band, how are you going to manage if half of them are honors marching band and half are not? If we're replacing it and just saying we believe the rigor of the programming we're going to offer is honors level, and we believe that the amount of time, effort, discipline, and learning there taking place warrants honors, then do we need regular? And if the answer is no, then is it really honors? So I just want to kind of hear your thinking on it.
Sure. So the people that worked on the committee did not feel like across the board every child would be able to. If you look at that honors rubric or honors course, there are some things in there that truly they believe that not every child will be eligible for the honors coursework, just like an Algebra 1 class honors. They also had no issues, because these were the band directors that worked on building this course, obviously. They did not have an issue, even though I presented the same issue to say, how do you, is this going to be additional levels in a class that you've got to balance and try to differentiate between? But their response to that has they do it all the time, always, anyway, to differentiation. So they said they felt that was not going to be an issue as far as differentiating between the two content. I think, Dr. Balcano, you're always going to have the two levels. I can't think of any course that we have currently that we don't offer at least one section of CP, and maybe except for in middle school, the Algebra 1 honors, for example, but a lot of kids don't sign up for that because of the reason we don't have CP.
If it meant that you had to add a lot of teaching staff instead of making it possible for a band class to incorporate both CP and honors, I would prefer to see us figure out if there's a way to differentiate with the staff that we have than to double the staff
Yeah.
potentially, which would be much more costly than it needed to be, in my opinion, given that I've heard of classes, maybe not in this district, but let's say you are you're taking a physics class honors, but you can also sit for the AP exam and take on additional assignments and get the AP credit at the end of that class. So I would imagine that band could work much that way, that you're still taking everybody into the marching band, but you've got very explicit additional work that those who want to pursue the honors level have to take.
Yeah, and that's how they envision it. They don't, because the band directors are very particular in the fact that they want those large, the class size they have, they want, because they're obviously the inner workings of a band, you got to have all that together. So, their desire would not be, unless you could, in a school, unless you could start a whole entire new program and have dual programs running, their desire would not be to split anything and have two instructors, because they need those groups together.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like physically different sections.
Oh,
that
no,
have
I
to go into-
apologize. No,
that's
I'm
okay.
sorry. I understand now why you went there. No, I meant they're in the same class. I said sections because it's behind the scenes thing. In Power School, we have to separate them into different sections because they have to grade differently.
I got you.
But no,
Okay.
they would be in the same class, so I
Yeah.
apologize.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Oh,
Sorry, excuse me, without objection, we'll extend for another 15 minutes. Dr. Bell O'Connor, thank you.
I'm sorry, this is not directly related to this list, but I just wanted to ask, are you all looking into offering any honors level within ROTC at this time? Do you know?
We had Miss Bell, my PE person, was working with one of the ROTC instructors. I've got to get a little bit more detail. They were looking at, but based on what the framework they thought they had to use, I think the ROTC instructors had some concerns about whether or not they could meet the honors rubric in the current classes. So she's working with them.
Yeah, well, I think that's great to give that opportunity in that one ROTC person that I spoke to some years ago said that they would have a lot greater participation in ROTC
Agreed.
if there were honors weightings
Yes.
allowed. And so that's an area I'd like to
Yes.
look at, because students have so much to benefit from being
Sure.
enrolled in those programs, but if they can do it through the arts, they can do it, now we're making that more robust. At the same time, I'd like to see us
Yes.
keep ROTC in mind. So
And let me
thank
get the details of that, Dr. Ball Connor, and I can report that back to y'all at some point. If
Okay.
they feel like, again, we wouldn't make that decision. We rely on we don't have an ROTC specialist up here, so we rely heavily on the ROTC instructors' expertise. So if they don't feel like that's something they can do, I'll get the details of that for you as to why they don't think they can measure it against the rubric.
Maybe they haven't had someone like you who could help them see how they might do it. So anything
And
is
I'm happy to
possible.
work with them.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ball O'Connor. Mr. Sudduth?
Mr. McCoy, who wrote these courses?
The teachers in the those various areas wrote them, Mr. Sudduth.
From where? From the Fine Arts Center, from all the schools?
From the schools. So we put out for Orchestra 1 honors, for example, we put out a call to teachers of who would like to work on creating a rubric for the honors level, and then they come together. There's typically 4 to 6 teachers that work on that, and then they send it out for feedback to the other orchestra teachers.
We've got to send these to the State Department for approval?
No, sir, we have to keep them on file for the State Department in case we're audited, but you guys are the approvals of them, of the courses, but we do keep them on file for the State Department.
Okay,
They
thank
can
you.
audit.
Thank you, Mr. Sudduth. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at some of the courses, the genetics honors, is there a prerequisite to this course? Because it basically says that this is a lab.
It's one of the lab sciences, yes. So we would typically, this would not be normally most kids would not take this till 11th or 12th grade. So typically Biology 1 or Biology 1 honors, and chemistry normally would be done before it.
So you would, it would say that those are the prerequisites.
Yes, in the Power School description, it would give a prereq.
Now, I wanted to ask you, under subject area, you have different subject areas listed, like with genetics, you have science, But with the banking services and the computer science, you have Kate.
Yes.
What's the difference?
Well, those two courses, by the state catalog definition, those two courses fall under career and technology education. And they actually can they can't earn a certificate because it's not completer, but they actually would get credit, so to speak, for taking a career and technology class.
So they will only be at I see that Greenville High School was the one that it has the name on it. So it will only be at the school, or will it be at the Career Center?
No, those both of those courses actually would be well.
Would
Let me
they be
start.
offered at the Career Center?
Those two would not be. The Project Lead the Way is offered pretty much in every high school across the district, and Banking Services is exclusive to that federal credit union they run at Greenville High. Not to say another school couldn't offer that. They certainly could, although it'd be a little hard because of some of the stuff that's built into that course. But
So is the Banking Services, that's part of Project Lead the Way, just like the computer science is?
no, the Banking Services is part of the Greenville County's or Greenville High School's federal credit union they run out of that building.
Okay.
But it counts as a career and technology education course, just like a health science would at the high schools.
Okay, so that, those courses would be basically for Greenville High, and they couldn't be taught at other schools?
The Project Lead the Way is for every high school in the district. And most of our high schools offer Project Lead the Way. Right now, Greenville High is the only one wanting to offer banking services as a course, but absolutely, if Wade Hampton decided they wanted to open a credit union and offer that course, they absolutely could do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, sure.
I believe that's all the questions, comments, and concerns. If that's all, then there is a motion on the floor to approve these local board courses. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. McCoy and Dr. Gary. Mr. Sailors.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. We'll now move into the building and grounds portion of today's agenda, and we will move to item 4.01, facilities report update. Jamie, can you come up and answer any questions if they're here? Mr. Mills has had a procedure conducted recently, and he'll be back at work next week. So Mr. Benton is filling in for him today. Does anyone have any questions?
Just one.
Mr. Sutter, okay.
When are we going to start on the gym at Greer High School? What's the beginning date for that?
The gym is ready to go out now.
We're going to be ready for bids?
It will be, yes, it will be ready for construction this summer.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Good will call on Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Benton, I do not see Carolina High School, the shade structure on here anywhere. Can you give me an update on what's happening with that?
I am not familiar with that particular project, but I can get a status on that and I can report back.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Benton, I think I recall last year that we approved weight room renovations as part of our facility plan. Are there currently schools that are receiving renovations on their weight rooms that you're aware of? Or did we not approve that?
I cannot speak to that directly,
Okay.
but I can certainly find out what the status is on that.
Jeff?
Yes, sir. Mr. Lewis, you're correct. In the long-range facility plan, we did put a budget in there, at least $1.3 million every year for weight room renovations.
But to date, we have not started those projects. Is that?
I don't know that
We don't
detail,
know.
I just got the funds.
Yeah, the Greer High School is one of those
Okay.
projects, but it's also a little bit more complicated than just the weight.
I guess the question I was asked was from a school that has not been informed that there's a plan for weight room renovations, and the Booster Club was looking at fundraising to enhance their weight rooms, and I was just telling them that I was going to look into it because I would prefer them not to fundraise for something that is on a 3 or 4 year plan. Could you guys get to us maybe the schedule of weight room renovations just so they would know like when schools are? I assume there's a calendar.
Mr. Nance has worked on that, I
Okay.
know for a fact, and we have visited several, so that is in the process, yes, sir.
Okay, so you guys could perhaps share with us the
Sure.
the schedule so we could just, because I just like to let them know if it's going to be next year or if it's going to be 8 years from now. It's a different answer, I
Sure.
think. So, okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Wells?
I think I saw that you're advertising for pre-qualifications for Fountain Inn High School.
That is permanent.
So are we putting anything in the pre-qual package? Because I guess it wasn't available till today, I think, if I remember correctly. But
19th will be when
yeah, 19th. So do we have anything in there specific and particular to, the construction of the specialized spaces, I guess? And I haven't really looked at how we pre-qualified before.
What we will do is we will include.
Is your mic on?
Now? Green light.
There you go.
What we do is we have a line item that is included in that package that is to evaluate their ability to demonstrate similar project experience, and that's where we would cover that.
Okay. And so are we asking, so when we lay out what the project is, we're talking about the fact that we have specialized spaces that are career and technical or CTE type spaces. Okay. Could we get that? Could you send that to us?
We can.
And the intent would be for you to have in terms of the schedule, you'll pre-qualify, and then when do you anticipate you're going to issue your first package?
Again,
for
we
bid?
are on track for construction to begin this summer. We do have an early site utility package that will be in the next couple of months. And then we would expect to be ready for the bid to go out in April.
Okay. So will the site package go out independent of the general contractor?
It will be independent. That is correct. We have a site sewer that is existing on the site that belongs to Fountain Inn, and we have to relocate that out of the building pad in order to be able to proceed with the building construction.
Okay. And did you stay away from the wetlands so that you don't have a core permit, or do you have to get a core permit as well?
No, ma'am. We have stayed clear of the wetlands.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone else?
Oh,
Go ahead.
I had another thing, but it's not specifically for Jamie. It's just kind of related to our facilities. I know that right now Greenville County is in the midst of their comp plan, and they're having a number of meetings, using our schools actually to conduct some of these meetings. Can someone, maybe Ms. Farley, share with me what interactions we've had with the consultants that are working on the comp plan, or what our input would be there? I think it just sort of occurred to me that they're developing a comp plan. They're talking about, infrastructure, thinking about water and sewer and roads and all those pieces. But the biggest tax liability for folks out in the county, especially residential folks, is really for their educational facilities. And so when they're thinking about where do we put sewer or where do we put water so that we can spur development, I just kind of want to know that we're really in the middle of that process. So, Ms. Farley?
We are. They have, the county planning department, some of those staff have met with us. I have served on 2 service provider committees. Mr. Limbaker, who is here, has served on a service provider committee. One of the ones I attended, about all we talked about was sewer. And so we're involved. As a matter of fact, we're not going to make it to all those meetings, but a staff member or I are going to make it to several of those meetings they're having for public input, because I sort of wanted to see what was going on there. So, and then we will be, will continue to be, and that was with the consultants. I should have said that, Ms. Wells, that those committees that we were both asked to serve on were, and then sessions that we had with the consultants they've hired.
Okay. I'd like to see us be, I know it's Greenville County's comp plan, but again, we're a huge part of of Greenville County, and particularly the tax bill. So I'd like to see us pretty actively engaged. So if we could kind of just stay updated on what you guys are seeing. You know, I can either ask monthly or, you know, if you can let us know. And if there's something we need to do from a, you know, elected official talking to our county council about the concerns, because we have a long-range facilities plan based on where we think growth is going to be. And if they develop a comprehensive plan that pushes growth in another direction or another area, then that's a huge impact on us and then taxpayers. So,
And we've had that discussion with them and with the consultants about where if they choose areas to drive economic development or residential growth by increased sewer availability or water availability, then that will impact where we have space. They have been provided with our long-range facility plan from last year, and they know we're in the process of updating that to bring that to you, and that'll be provided to them too. But we are in communication with them, so
okay.
on the comprehensive plan.
Okay. I think something just kind of to offer to the board to kind of recognize, and this just sort of occurred to me because I was having some conversations with some of the utility providers about this planning process. Ironically, now with most industries not requiring more water and sewer, so it used to be that if you had industry come in, they were wet, and so you generated a lot of water and sewer, thereby a lot of money or a lot of fee generation. That's no longer the case. So from a sewer provider standpoint, sewer service is going to be most effective in terms of the benefit cost ratio in areas where you have residential development. On the flip of that for us, because single-family residential homes are exempt from our operational millage, we have the opposite for us, as I understand it. So we don't need more homes, we need more industry, more businesses to generate our operational funding. They need the residential. So with the utilities, water and sewer utilities, we're at a little bit of a kind of counterproductive place there. So it's just something for us to kind of make sure we're heard because of that. Thank you.
I have one other speaker, Mrs. Goodwin Caldwell, so without objection, we will extend for 3 minutes. Okay.
On the same note that Ms. Wells was speaking about, Ms. Farley, I would hope that the school district would be at some of those planning meetings, because I know sometimes the parents in the community have questions, and it would be good for us to have a representative there. But
We have been to, someone from my department has been at the first 3, but I'm not going to sit here and say we can be at all of them.
Okay. I wanted to give the schedule of them, if I can. Should I?
Yeah, I provided the schedule to the superintendent's office, and I believe they sent it out to you all.
I don't remember receiving it from the district, but tonight they have it at Woodmont High School. Thursday they have it at Berea High School, and next Thursday at County Square, Monday the 25th at Blue Ridge High School, Tuesday the 26th at Ralph Chandler Middle School, and Thursday, February 28th at Mount Pleasant Community Center. I just want to give you all that information. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jamie, thank you very much for your time, and we appreciate your being here. Our next item of business in order is item 4.02, the proposed cell tower on Berea High School property. Who's speaking to that?
Jamie Wills.
Okay, Jamie, go ahead.
Second verse, same as the first.
That works? Yes, sir.
Second.
I have a motion properly made and properly seconded to allow Milestone Communications to investigate and evaluate this site for a monopole communications tower. Any discussion? Mr. Sudduth.
If I'm looking at the diagram, then we got to have a a 125-foot replacement light pole tower. And we've got to have a 20-foot wide access area. And we've got to have we're going to have a change in the fencing. And then the question here that I see here, it's on the left-hand side of the baseball field, is that right?
That is a correct statement. The pole, the replacement pole that you're speaking of, is to actually take the place. It'll be in the same position as one of the existing poles that supports the lighting for the baseball field, but it will be taller so that it can handle the antenna array.
What is the 1,932 square feet lease area?
I am not familiar with what that entails.
I'm just looking at the diagram here. And it says here that there will be an access area, a 20-foot wide access utility maintenance easement, and there'll be a 1,932 square foot lease area. And I'm just wondering why we need a lease area. I understand probably why we need an access.
I think this may be the footprint of the maintenance area. I will have to investigate what that is specifically for, but I see what your question is.
I believe the gray area you see marked on the map is the lease area that we will be giving access to the company to use to construct the tower, and they've got to have access to that lease area to do the work. Jamie, verify that with Terry, but
Will
that's
do.
my understanding.
Typically, that will be not only for construction, but it will also be an easement for maintenance as well, and I'll verify that.
So the 20-foot wide access is the same thing as the 1,932 square feet.
If you look at the diagram off,
Charlotte's back in the room.
off the parking lot, you'll notice a small driveway. That is the access point, and then the 1,900 something square feet is the entire gray area.
And the footprint of that area is going to give them the opportunity for setting of cranes and things of that nature for both construction and for maintenance of the tower. They have to be given permission to come onto our property to construct and to maintain the tower.
What's the 115-foot front tower setback?
70 feet from the edge of the property, edge of the lease space, center of the pole.
I do not know the answer to that specifically, but I will find out.
It's not significant. I'm sure when it comes back to us, we'll know more about it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Mr. Lewis?
So just a clarifying question. So can we talk through just the process of approvals that happens here? Because I get confused about these cell phone towers every time. So we're approving today to basically give them permission to do a study to determine whether they want to put a cell phone tower here? Is that right?
That is my understanding.
That is correct.
They will have to pursue approval from the Board of Zoning Appeals. It will not be us. So they will proceed with those requests and approvals.
And then after, sorry.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And then after all of that is done, then they come back to the board for us to actually give them permission to put a cell phone tower on this property. Is that correct? There's another board approval that's happening.
That is my understanding.
at
There's
some
an
point.
action that is required.
Okay, that's great. No, I just wanted to clarify all that. The only other thing, just as an observation, I feel like every time we have these conversations about cell phone towers, my observation is that the people who tend to represent the schools tend to have concerns about it being on their school, but we continue to vote for them to continue to explore them on other schools. And I think that part of the problem is that the financial incentive to have a cell phone tower doesn't sit at the property where the cell phone tower should be. And so my recommendation to administration to consider would be that if we're going to get some sort of financial benefit for having a cell phone tower put on a school property, that we consider putting the funds that we're going to get for that cell phone tower into the student activity funds of that school, so that the school community can see the financial benefit of having this thing on their property. So I don't have an action today. It's just every time we talk about this, I hear from different folks about, well, we don't want it at our school, but we want it somewhere else's school so we can have cell phone service. So to me, it seems like an easier way to convince the community to take it if they saw there was some sort of financial benefit that they would get for leasing their property to a company.
That it? Mr. Lewis, okay. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell?
And to reiterate what Mr. Lewis said, I think that whenever the milestone people have a community meeting, because we went to the one for the cell phone tower over at Southside High, and there was no one from the school district there, and the community had questions. It said, what is this going to benefit our school? And they couldn't really tell them. They just said, well, we know it's going to go in general fund. But then when I came back to Burke, he said that a portion of it would go to the school, but they didn't know that. And nobody from the school district was there to let the community know that. And so they were not having any part of it because they didn't think that the community was going to benefit from it. So anytime they have these community meetings, because the first thing the guy said was that we don't necessarily have to have this community meeting. And he was from D.C. and he came down and he said, we really are doing y'all a favor for being here. So that got them, in a tizzy in the first place. But we need to have somebody from the school district there at those community meetings to speak with the people in the community. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Anything else? Hearing none, there's a motion properly made and seconded on the floor. All those in favor of it as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. This concludes the building and grounds portion of today's agenda. Is there any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Have a motion properly made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.